Hey, what is going on, everyone? This is Mohammed, your personal PMP coach from Certify with Ease, coming back to you guys with another brand new video. Before you jump into this video, I have a very important announcement. And that is that our PMP Fast Pass kit has officially been launched. Now, you're probably wondering, Mohammed, what is the PMP Fast Pass kit? The PMP Fast Pass kit is a compilation of a bunch of resources you need in order to get certified as soon as possible. Only the essential resources. A complete PMP mindset training so you can identify the answers immediately without even reading the question. You have over 500 questions to practice using this PMP mindset with. You have a exclusive community invite with people that want to get PMP certified as well. You have a exam simulator, and you also have a one-on-one call with our enrollment advisors who will help you formulate a game plan in order for you to get certified. If you're interested in that, click in the description and find the link, click on the link, or check out the comment section. I'll pin it as one of the first comments. I hope you enjoyed this video. And of course, like always, give it a thumbs up, subscribe, share it with everyone that wants to get PMP certified, whether that be your friends, your family, your cat, your dog, whoever wants to get PMP certified, share it with them. I'll see you guys on the other side. In this video, we are going to solve 100 PMP style questions to prepare you as much as possible for the exam. More importantly, we are going to use our 3 steps, using our mindset principles to show you how easy it is to actually get across all of these questions. Okay, if you want a copy of this exam simulator, so you can try it out yourself. And you can also save and finish it later so you don't have to complete 100 questions in one sitting. If you want to do that, then click on the link below in the description. You will get access to my PMP in 30 program, a light version of it, and I'll also include my fast track workbook and the simulator as a separate link. Okay, so you can access all these resources. And if you're interested, you can also book an appointment to meet the team so we can help you get certified as fast as possible. Okay, so without further ado, let's jump into question number 1 and let's get started. Okay, so before that, remember 3 steps and 3 steps only. Number 1, frame the problem. Number 2, the answers that contradict the problem statement, the answers that contradict our principles or do not solve the problem statement, eliminate them. And number 3, choose the best answer. Okay, so number 1. A software development project in the healthcare industry is currently in the second phase of a 6-phase plan. The development team has identified that a crucial software module will depend on the acquisition of a specialized medical data processing tool. What should the PM do? Mouthful of a question, but here's the thing. I don't care that we're in the healthcare industry. I don't care that we're in the second phase of a 6-phase plan. All I understand from reading this problem is that we need a specialized equipment. Okay, that's about it. That's the problem statement in a nutshell. We need this specialized equipment. What should we do? Document the risk and escalate to the project sponsor for resolution. Okay, so if you're new to our principles, remember that we never want to escalate anything. Okay? We never want to escalate, so that answer is gone. Assign the responsibility of acquiring the tool to the core development team. Now you might say, Mohammed, the development team is in the question. They're responsible for this. Yes, I understand. But if we look at principle 23, you never want to give your team members an extra task that will reduce their capacity. They are already busy working on the project. Let them be. So I'm not going to choose B. Update the project status report to reflect the delay caused by the pending acquisition. Now, the question never mentions anything about a delay. Okay, so if it doesn't mention anything about delay, we don't want to go for that answer. And number 2, we never settle for a delay in a project. Never want to do that. That should never be something that we go for. Okay. Best answer here is going to be D. We take a step back, principle number 1, our most important principle, and we discuss things to see what we need to do. Okay, so that's a good question to start off with. A lot of principles in use Let's see what's next. All right, a construction project manager chose a highly adaptive strategy to oversee the development of a large-scale commercial building. This project consists of numerous iterative construction phases, each requiring input from a specialized contractors and engineers. The PM aims to develop a realistic schedule and workflows that gain strong buy-in from each construction team. What should the project manager do next? Okay. Our problem statement or our situation is summarized at the end. We need strong buy-in. We need people to support us in this initiative. What should we do? Allocate critical structural tasks to the most experienced contractors. Well, ask yourself this question. Does that solve the core problem? Does that get everyone on board and create this strong sense of buy-in? I don't think it does that. Examine the construction budget with the team to confirm the availability of essential materials and equipment. Again, it doesn't really solve the core problem. Evaluate key takeaways from past large-scale construction projects with the team. Okay. All right. Communicate the broader architectural vision before assigning specific construction responsibilities. Okay. Now, let me ask you this question. If you're in the beginning of your project and everyone is, confused, you need to get buy-in, and you want to bring everyone in the same page, the same boat, you need to communicate this vision to your project stakeholders. That is how you're going to get project buy-in. Okay? D is going to be the answer that I'm going to go for. Really interesting. We're gonna check our answers at the end to see which ones we got wrong, so we can go back. Okay, if any, hopefully none, but we're gonna check them out at the end. Okay, number 3. Following the approval of a new pharmaceutical research project, the project manager must collaborate with key stakeholders to define detailed project requirements, constraints, and assumptions. But some stakeholders are not immediately available for a formal meeting in the near term. What should the PM do in order to gather the information needed from the stakeholders? Problem statement: we need information from our stakeholders, but not all of them are available right now. What should we do? Organize a planning session with the available stakeholders to begin drafting the project management plan. Now, that's not bad, but we still want to incorporate all of the stakeholders somehow. We need their feedback. So what can we do about that? Notify the sponsor. So we don't want to go to the sponsor. This is a project. This is in a way escalating. Principle number 8. And how do you know it's escalating? Well, this situation clearly does not involve the sponsor. The sponsor is not mentioned in the question. So let's let the sponsor be, right? Work with the internal project management team to develop the project plan before consulting stakeholders. All right, this is kind of similar to A. We're working with what we have, with the people that we have. Let's see what else there is. Reach out to each stakeholder individually via email, phone, or one-on-one meetings to collect their feedback. Okay, interesting. So we're at a stage right now where we must collaborate. We must collaborate with key stakeholders. However, some of them are not available. So we as a project manager, we need to take the initiative and contact these individuals to gather their feedback. We have no choice. Okay. And you'll see in the, for example, when you start planning the project out, your communications management plan will have a section that tells you how you should communicate with each stakeholder according to their needs, their requirements. So you're going to get a hold of each stakeholder that's required, at least the key ones, the key stakeholders, to get that information. Okay. So that there's no delays, you get things rolling smoothly, you're good to go. That's the answer that I'm going to go for. Let's move on. At a large automotive manufacturing facility, the executive team has approved an expansion project to increase production capacity by installing an advanced assembly machine and upgrading the factory's operational software. All of that information, guys, none of it, I can tell you right now, is not important. None of it is important, right? The first sentence in a PMP question usually sets up the situation. So when you see a lengthy question like this, don't get frustrated, don't get scared, don't get nervous. Just know that there's going to be a lot of useless information. This expansion must take place while the plant remains fully operational. To mitigate risk, the software upgrade will follow an agile methodology, whereas the procurement, installation, and integration of the new machinery will adhere to a predictive approach. What types of communication should the PM incorporate into the schedule management plan to ensure the project remains on track? Okay, so we're going to use both. Okay, so we're going to use an agile methodology and a predictive approach. And we also know that the expansion must take place while the plant remains fully functional. Fine. And we also know that the first part, the software upgrade, will follow an agile methodology, whereas the procurement will follow the predictive approach. So that's probably not important. All we need to know is a part of the project is agile and a part is predictive, hence hybrid. What types of communication should the project manager incorporate into the schedule to accommodate for all of these people? Some of them are following agile, some of them are following predictive. Bi-weekly written status reports from key production and engineering stakeholders. I'm going to give you guys a quick hack. Anytime they mention, written reports or written emails or whatever it may be as a type of communication, you want to always avoid that. Don't eliminate it. Avoid it and look for face-to-face or at least virtual, whatever it may be, right? Let's move on. Weekly in-person meetings with relevant stakeholders at the manufacturing site. Okay, right? Weekly is fine. Weekly is a little bit too often, I would say, too frequent. Bi-weekly virtual conference calls with the necessary project stakeholders. Okay, I like that. I like that for now, and I'll explain it why. Weekly individual meetings with each stakeholder involved in the project. Okay. So we don't need to involve weekly. So weekly is too frequent, especially for project management when you're managing a large scale project. Just remember that. We always want to go for something like bi-weekly. Okay. Virtual conference calls with only the necessary project stakeholders. Yes. Yes. Why? Well, you have an agile project. An agile project and predictive projects, their schedules are not going to match. Agile tends to be much more chaotic. Your project team is busy. Your project team has this and that to do. That's why there's daily stand-up meetings, and those daily stand-up meetings are a short 15-minute burst, right? So we want bi-weekly meetings to not keep them so frequent with the necessary project stakeholders. Okay, so that's what I'm going to go with, and we'll check it out at the end. A PM is leading a Scrum team developing a retail e-commerce mobile app. In the second sprint, the team repeatedly misses deadlines for key features like payment integration and catalog management. After an analysis, the PM finds delays stem from a lack of expertise. Okay, lack of expertise. Knowledge gap. So we're going to have to, or skills gap, we're going to have to fix this situation. All right, what should the PM do? Provide appropriate training on mobile app security protocols to compensate for the mismatch. Okay, that's a good solution. It solves a core problem. Emphasize to the teams the critical business impact of meeting the agreed deadlines. Fine, you could do that. But if they lack the skill, we need to address that. Update the schedule to reflect delay. We never settle for a delay. Remember that, guys. Principle number 2, never settle for a delay. Accept the risk of the project missing deadlines. Again, never settle for the delay. Okay, never. So we're going to go with provide a appropriate training on mobile app security protocols to compensate for the mismatch. All right, awesome. Pretty straightforward question. Let's move on. A construction project manager and team are overseeing the development of a new eco-friendly residential complex for a client. A regulatory inspector who was not involved during the contract negotiation phase is now requesting the installation of an advanced energy efficient equipment that exceeds the agreed project specification without increasing the project budget. Okay, so this person, inspector, was not involved during the contract negotiation phase and is asking for something additional now. Okay, but now this is important. This kind of throws you off. This is a curveball. So they're asking for an advanced energy efficient equipment that exceeds the agreed project specification without increasing the project budget. Now, a lot of people might see that it's like, okay, you know what? Since it doesn't increase the project budget, then let's just do it, right? Let's just do it. Well, no, let's think about this. The more you add to your scope, it might not. Let's just say hypothetically, it doesn't increase the project budget. However, you're still putting more risks on the table. You're still technically adding more time to the schedule, even though it's, let's say, it doesn't increase the project budget. You're still doing things that can derail the project. So we shouldn't just jump to it right away. Escalate the issue of the additional requirements to the project steering committee. Again, we don't want to escalate things. The situation doesn't even involve or mention the project steering committee, so we don't want to do that. Refer the inspector to the project scope and technical specifications outlined in the signed contract. Beautiful. If you have a contract in place, you're good to go. A contract is gold. Whatever you signed off on, refer back to that. Proceed with implementing the requested installations to maintain a good relationship with the inspector. No, like I said before, it's a dangerous thing to do, especially if it goes off the scope, right? Revise the project scope and schedule to include the new installations without seeking approval. So revising the project scope is good, but the second part of the question should throw you off, or the answer should throw you off. So the best answer here is going to be B. Okay. Let's move on. Question number 7. A financial services firm is executing an agile project to migrate its customer transaction database to a more secure cloud-based platform. Migration is critical as the current system will soon reach its end of support date. However, an unexpected regulatory requirement now forces the company to continue using the old system for another year at a significantly higher maintenance cost. Okay. What should the product owner do about this situation? All right. So we have the situation where we have to use our old system and we got to pay more for it. So project budget is going to shoot up. What should we do? Adjust the backlog priority based on business impact. Okay. Oh, look how they say, what should the PO do about this situation? That's interesting. So it's a little bit of a change in roles right now. And the reason why they mention PO is because, number one, we're talking about an agile project. Number two, because we have to use this old system and it's going to cost much, much more. Our priorities are now going to change because we are restricted on how much we can spend. Reorder backlog items considering task difficulty and the expertise available within the team. No, I like business impact more. Eliminate less critical backlog items. So we don't eliminate items from a backlog. We just reprioritize them. So this goes against what Agile is, or the product backlog is. Shift to a structured predictive methodology to avoid additional project delays. I'm going to give you another hack. When a solution is switching project methodologies, never choose that. Switching from Agile to predictive or predictive to Agile in the middle of a project will most certainly cause delays. It will your whole project team might change. There's a lot of things that go into that. Okay. So adjust the backlog priority based on business impact. I like that one. It's a good answer. Okay. Let's move on. Question 8. A software development client expresses concerns about the quality of the final software solution as the go live development date approaches. What should the project manager do? Okay, so we are concerned about the quality of the final software solution, or the final software solution in general, what we produced. We're concerned about that. What should we do? Perform end-to-end system testing to verify functional requirements. Okay. All right. So we're performing some tests to understand, to verify functional requirements. All right. Let's see what else there is. Ensure software meets
The software meets compliance and specifications. Okay, so this sounds more like a acceptance criteria type question. Validate exit criteria for contractual acceptance. That's a good solution too. Review budget before the implementation. All right, so I'm gonna go with B or C. Reviewing the budget's not gonna help us. We're concerned with the project, so D is gone. Perform end-to-end system testing to verify functional requirements. Well, functional requirements can be one part of acceptance, right? Now, B and C are very, very close. Which one are we going to choose? Let's read the question again. We're concerned about the quality of the final software solution as the go live development date approaches. What should we do to ensure acceptance of deliverables? Ensure software meets compliance and specifications. Validate exit criteria for contractual acceptance. Okay, B is a better solution here. B puts the software in the center. C looks at the exit criteria, not the exit criteria and then compare it to the product or the software. It looks at just what was initially agreed upon. Okay, validate exit criteria, meaning that, let's say in the beginning of the project, you have your exit criteria or your acceptance criteria. That's a better term. The question should have used that. So instead of taking your acceptance criteria and comparing it with the software, you're just validating what's already been agreed upon. B, on the other hand, looks at the software and makes sure that it meets the compliance, or in other words, the acceptance criteria. Don't worry, your exam is going to be much clearer than this, okay? And specifications. I'm going to go with B. B is a good answer, okay? Let's move on. Question number 9. A manufacturing operations director deeply engaged in an automation upgrade project asserts that the project team's reports lack crucial production efficiency metrics. What should the PM do first? So we lack metrics. What should we do? Ask the team to update the reports with performance metrics and test results. Okay, simple. Engage the sponsor to address stakeholders' concerns. Well, we don't want to go to the sponsor. This situation has nothing to do with him or her. Let's leave them be. Inform the stakeholders that reports follow approved templates. Well, yes, fine, but what does that have to do with metrics? We need metrics. Ensure reports comply with the communication plan. Well, how does this solve the core problem? It doesn't. Best one's going to be A. You're probably wondering, hey, Mohammed, didn't we say principle 23 is that we don't want to assign extra tasks to our team members? So why are we saying that? Why are we telling our team to update the reports with performance metrics and test results? Well, your team members are the ones building the project. Okay, they're the ones building the project. The project team's reports lack crucial production efficiency metrics. All right. They're building the project, and as they're building the project, they are also filling in this report. So it's their report. It's a part of their core task. That's why we're asking the team to update the reports. It's not like we're asking the team, hey, I know you're working on this project, but can you make this report for me that has nothing to do with your project? Right? So it has to do with their project, just in case there's some confusion. All right, number 10. During the development of a cybersecurity software solution for a financial services company, an Agile team working on vulnerability detection features is informed that a senior software engineer will be absent for several weeks due to a serious personal emergency. What should the PM do regarding the activities that were the responsibility of this team member? Someone is leaving the company all of a sudden, and it's not just someone, actually. It's a let's see, what is it? Senior software engineer. It's just someone who knows their stuff, someone who's an expert, someone who has a high level influence in the project. Very important person. Align with the team to redistribute tasks based on skills and capacity. Well, question or principle 23. We just talked about this. A lot of you might choose this, but let's move on. Work with HR to hire a temporary cybersecurity expert. Escalate to senior management, so we don't want to escalate. Urge the engineer to delay their absence. I mean, if it's a personal emergency, we can't really do that. It'd be great if we could, but we can't. So we're left with A and we're left with B. Well, I'm not going to choose A. The team, first of all, working with an agile team. Things are very, very high paced. So people are really busy. We don't want to give them more tasks. That's going to take them away from their core work. Because it's been all of a sudden, we want to make sure that our project is not delayed. We're going to hire someone. All right, no problem with that. It's the principle number 2. Never settle for delays or extra costs. However, if there's a chance where your project might be delayed or whatnot, you can hire someone, an expert, an SME, to help out. Okay. Let's do this one and let's move on. Question 11. All right, question 11. Halfway through the Agile software implementation project in the banking sector, the organization shifts its strategic focus toward accelerating digital transformation initiatives. Okay, what should the project manager do first? So, problem statement, we have a strategic shift or strategic focus shift. A, draft a new user story to address the change and incorporate it into the next iteration. Why? Let's move on. Inform the PO and halt future iterations. So never settle for a delay. When we halt something, and note this down as well. If the question mentions to wait, delay, postpone, or in our case to halt, or anything that indicates a sense of delay, that something's going to be delayed, we never want to do that. Revise the backlog to align with the updated strategic priorities. Okay, that's not a bad thing. Organize a team discussion to evaluate the implications of the change. D is going to be best. I'm going to do D first because we're taking a step back. So this is principle number 1 over here. And we're also involving our team members. Team members are the experts. Make every decision with them. After we do D, we can then go to C, talk to the PO, the product owner, and get things done. Okay, so I'm going to go with D. A project manager joins a team developing a customized enterprise resource planning ERP solution for a healthcare organization. The development team detects a possible design issue in the system. After reviewing the concern with the project sponsor and stakeholders, everyone agrees to update the design to prevent errors during system rollout. The design had already been signed off on. Okay. So what should the project manager do? What are the next steps? So the situation here is that everyone has agreed on an update and they signed off on it. What should we do as a project manager? What are our next steps? Communicate the issue to the client and begin the formal change request workflow. All right. Modify the technical design documents and deliver them to the programming team for updates. Okay. Raise an official change request and secure authorization from the project sponsor. Run a prototype test to confirm the updated design functions correctly. Okay, we have this situation, and this situation calls for a change request. The reason being is because the development team detects a possible design issue in the system. After reviewing the concern with the project sponsor and stakeholders, everyone agrees to the update. So we have this new system or new updated system to prevent errors during the system rollout. The design had already been signed off on. When you have a system update, or a new system in this case, you can assume that, you know what, either the system that we're using is going to increase the project budget because of this update. Things are changing. So we need to formally record this. We have 2 answers that indicate change requests. We have A, communicate the issue to the client and begin the formal change request workflow. And we have C, raise an official change request and secure authorization from the project sponsor. Okay. So now just want to give you guys a heads up. These questions are made up. They are in the style of the PMP, but they're made up. Okay. So they're not exactly what you're going to see on the exam. But the best answer here is going to be C, raise an official change request and secure authorization from the project sponsor. All right. The reason being is because we shouldn't communicate the issue to the client. We shouldn't involve the client The reason being is because the client is someone that we should leave out of the picture unless we're gathering feedback. When it comes to these changes, this and that, that's why the client hired us, right, in the first place. The best thing would be if you actually reverse those things, raise a change request first. Okay, raise a change request first and secure authorization from the project sponsor. Well, the project sponsor is clearly involved in this situation. Okay, and the reason why we want to get the project sponsor involved is with the assumption that the project cost, the project budget will increase with this update. Now, they don't mention it, but it's a good assumption to have. And the project sponsor is generally responsible when it comes to a budget increase and whatnot. Okay, so the best answer here is going to be C. Change request must, it's a must, and secure authorization from the project sponsor with the assumption that this update will increase project costs. Okay, let's move on to 13. Question 13. In a healthcare IT project, the sponsor frequently requests the project manager to bypass retrospectives due to tight deadlines. But the PM insists on conducting these sessions by shortening preparation and discussion time. What are two issues that these actions by the project manager could cause? Okay, so our problem statement is that we want to shorten preparation and discussion time for our meetings. What are two problems that this might cause? That's our problem statement. Let's focus on that. A, exclude insights from other teams' experiences. Okay, yeah, I guess so. If you're shortening discussion times, that's a good point. But let's see if there's something better. And we have two choices, so that could be a possibility. Excessive discussions leading to no clear outcomes or too many conflicting ideas. I like this. When we shorten our preparation time, and you guys could all probably relate to this. How many meetings do we show up to that could be finished in 15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, but it takes an hour or more? And the reason for that is because when we shorten our preparation time, when we don't plan properly, you have these excessive discussions, right? All right, let's move on. Emphasis on issues without engagement in future improvements. Okay. Lack of clear objectives and team motivation during the workshop. That's a good one too. D. Again, shortening preparation time causes that. Failure to update the time management plan for the retrospective session. So this is a bit too specific. We'll request the project manager to bypass retrospective due to tight deadlines, right? But we're not talking about the time management plan or anything of that sort. So it's a bit too specific. It doesn't really cater towards the situation. It starts mentioning things that are not really a part of the question. So we're left with everything else. We're left with A, B, C, D. Exclude insights gained from other teams' experiences. Now listen, even if we are shortening preparation and the discussion time, we can still include people's insights. We might not get quality insights, but it's saying that we're excluding insights is not accurate. So I'm not going to go with A. Excessive discussions, I'm going to go with B. Let's pick B for now. Emphasis on issues without engagement in future improvements. Now, I don't really see how this one relates. You know, you have issues, yes. Emphasis on issues, not an issue. That's not a bad thing per se. Without engagement in future improvements. Okay, I guess I understand where this is going, but the best thing I would say is this one, D, lack of clear objectives. Right? And just think about it logically. You're a project manager. You don't spend that much time preparing, and you don't have that much time dedicated to discussions. We're going to have, because of the shortened preparation, excessive discussions and a lack of clear objectives on what we need to do on this project. Okay? I'm going to stick with this one. I'm curious to know what the answer is at the end. One thing that I'm leaning a little bit more towards is maybe C, but B and D are better options. Okay, remember, guys, on your exam, you might look at an answer and you might say that, you know what, that's a good answer, but there might be a better answer. Multiple choice is always about picking the best answer. I see a lot of people in the comments saying, hey, Mohammed, like which one's the answer? You're choosing both. No, I'm choosing the best answer. B and D are the ones that clearly address the outcomes of the situation. Okay? All right, let's move on to question 14. Question 14. In a fintech software development project, now in its 5th of 6 iterations, a key developer with expertise in payment security unexpectedly departs the company. I'm going to give you guys a quick trick. Anytime they say unexpectedly departs the company, that is a risk. That is a risk. Why is it a risk? Well, because it can derail the project. The project is clearly in the execution phase. I mean, it started. It's in the 5th of 6 iterations. Someone leaves the company midway, it can derail the project. It can delay it. It can delay the schedule. So document the cause of the project delay in the progress report. Fine, that's great. However, what are we going to do to address this person who has left and this vacancy that we need to fill in? Why? Because we're at the 5th out of 6 iterations. We need to finish this project. Gather stakeholders to develop a risk mitigation strategy. Okay, I mentioned that it's a risk. A risk mitigation strategy is a good tool to use. Assist with critical tasks to reduce disruption. I mean, no, this doesn't solve the core problem. All right, we can skip that. Log the issue and escalate to the project sponsor. So we don't want to escalate things. If you guys forgot, we have our list of principles over here. And remember, guys, that the principles are one part of the puzzle. I have to keep mentioning this because a lot of people think that principles will magically give you the answer. We need to, it's one part of the puzzle, right? So over here, 8, we don't want to escalate things. By the way, if you want this file with a whole bunch of free resources, please check the description below. You'll get some good resources to use for your exam prep, okay? So the best answer for me is going to be B. Let's move on to 15. So during the final phase of a pharmaceutical R&D project, the PM discovers that a key drug formulation does not meet client expectations. How should the project manager proceed? So the product that the team basically created does not meet the client expectations. What should we do? Seek the sponsor's help in negotiating project closure with the customer. So again, situation does not involve the sponsor. Now, let's not escalate things or bring something up to someone that is not involved in the situation. All right, principle number 8. Request a change order from the customer for analysis and resolution. Okay. Verify the requirements, review approval criteria, and act accordingly. That's a good solution. Every time there is a discrepancy between what you've produced and what you've agreed upon with the client, you always want to look at the requirements. You always want to review the acceptance criteria, so approval criteria or acceptance criteria, and you want to take action. Okay, fine, act accordingly. Discuss with the customer to align on an acceptable delivery scope. Interesting. So what's the answer, C or D? Well, I'm not going to go with D. And the reason being is because if you've already agreed on a certain acceptance criteria, or in this case, approval criteria, but on your exam, you're going to see acceptance criteria. If you've already agreed with the client on specific criteria, then we need to go back to this. We're not going to go to the customer and say, hey, I know we have agreed on this, but can we align what we have with an acceptable or deliverable scope? No, we're going to go back, verify requirements, review approval criteria, and act accordingly, right? So this is a good example of principle number 1, where you take that step back, you make sure, you investigate, you gather the information required before taking action, right? So a financial services firm regularly outsources specialists for key operational tasks. Due to unexpected cybersecurity threat, the entire team, including the outsourced staff, must immediately transition to remote work. How can the project manager address this challenge to assure outsourced vendors deliver? Assess supplier-related communication and coordination expenses. Okay. Create a revised strategy for managing and communicating with resources. All right. Evaluate the risk management plan for necessary mitigation steps. Request a budget adjustment to expand contingency funds. So we never want to settle for increasing the budget immediately. Okay, let's put this on pause for now. Let's understand what the problem statement is, because there's some answers that clearly don't address the problem statement. Your entire team has to now unexpectedly transition to remote work. What can we do to assure that the team, more specifically the vendors, deliver? So I'm thinking more of a strategy for shifting from in-person work to online to remote work. Maybe we have to adjust the communication strategy with this one. Let's just see what there is. Okay, assess supplier-related communication and coordination expenses. That's a good thing. Taking a step back, principle number 1, supplier-related communication. I like that. And coordination expenses. I don't like the word supplier though. We are concerned about actually no, sorry about that. We are concerned about the suppliers to assure the outsourced vendors deliver. Yes. Create a revised strategy for managing and communicating the resource. That's a better answer. We have a strategy. We're creating the strategy now. We're taking the step back, and before actually implementing anything, we want to know how to manage and communicate with these resources who are now shifting to remote work. Evaluate the risk management plan for necessary mitigation steps. So technically speaking, this can be a risk, but it doesn't address the core problem. We are looking to address this challenge and assure that outsourced vendors deliver. We're not looking for a risk mitigation strategy at this point. Request a budget adjustment. So we talked about this, let's not go for a budget adjustment right away. And of course, this doesn't address the core problem immediately. The best answer here, guys, is going to be B. Okay, B. Why not A? Well, B is the better answer. You're creating the strategy that's going to solve this that's going to solve this problem. It's going to help us manage these resources better. You can assess supplier-related communication, which is fine. But the coordination expenses part, again, I don't feel easy about this. We want to avoid, settling for extra costs. Anytime you have a solution that mentions extra costs, you want to just keep your eyes peeled a little bit more for an answer that does not mention costs. Okay, just a rule of thumb. But B is going to be the best answer here. So, a real estate development firm hires an external project manager to oversee the construction of its new headquarters. According to the project management plan, a specialized consultant must be contracted to review and approve critical structural components. Although the cost is within budget, the client refuses to proceed with the hire due to budget concerns. What should the PM do to resolve this issue? Okay, so we have enough budget for this consultant, specialized consultant that must be contracted, right? Keyword, must be contracted. You cannot avoid it. The client is giving us trouble, but it's been stipulated in our budget already. So we have enough for it, and we've already accounted for it. What should we do? Assess the impact and discuss potential outcomes with the client. Okay, that's beautiful. Principle number 1, right? Every time you see principle number 1, very strong candidate for the answer. Proceed with hiring the expert to meet the project goals. Well, it's good to have the client on board. So I would go with A instead of B. B is something that can follow A. Reallocate internal resources from other projects to complete the task. Technically, we can do that. However, the question said we must, this consultant must be contracted, a specialized consultant. So I'm assuming that there's no one in the company that really has this consultant skills. Inform the client the task will be omitted and request a discussion. It was kind of weird, it's going to be omitted and then request a discussion. So omitted here will be more along the lines of rejecting a request. So principle 18, never say no to an opportunity or request. Always try to assess it. So A is going to be the best answer. So a healthcare technology company is developing an agile-based patient management system with diverse functionalities for medical staff and admins. Defining unified acceptance criteria is challenging, as each feature must meet distinct user workflows and compliance standards. Okay. How can the project manager ensure that the appropriate acceptance criteria are applied to the features? Set acceptance criteria and tests after analyzing early user feedback. No, it should be done before, right? Acceptance criteria is where you sit down with the client and you decide collectively, what does the finished product look like? What are the checklists? What do we have to check off to understand that, you know what, we're complete. We finished this project. Include criteria in the definition of done for each feature. I like that. Definition of done, DoD will tell us, this is the definition of done. Literally, this is what done looks like. These are the criteria that we must meet in order for us to be done or finished with this project. Apply broad acceptance criteria to maintain consistent quality baseline. Well, if you have broad acceptance criteria, what does that mean? Broad acceptance criteria, that'll be very hard to reach then. If we say, for example, our acceptance criteria is building, let's say a house. Building a house. Maybe that's too broad. Let's say we're building a house as a project, and our acceptance criteria is, one of our acceptance criteria is building a backyard. That's a bit too broad. What do you mean by backyard? How big should the backyard be? What should be in the backyard? How much square feet? Should we include a pool? Should we include this and that and the third? Right? It's too broad. And when things are too broad, what happens is you don't actually meet the acceptance criteria. There's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of back and forth. So acceptance criteria should not be broad in general. Add specific tests to definition of ready and acceptance criteria to the definition of done. So definition of ready are basically the prerequisites. And you can search it up, the prerequisites that you need in order to push this project forward. But right now we are concerned with what? The appropriate acceptance criteria. This is why it's so important to read the question. Acceptance criteria, meaning once we have the product, how do we know that this product will be accepted? And that's when it comes down to the definition of done. That's our concern right now. Okay, B is going to be the best answer. 19. A software development team in a fintech firm is strictly prioritizing project documentation while struggling with delays in delivering key platform features. Okay, how should the project manager respond? So the problem here is that the team is prioritizing project documentation. So this could be like, for example, they're so focused on templates, the project management plan, how this should look, how that should look. And they are also struggling with delays in delivering the key platform features, which is the main part of the project. It's not about documentation. It's about creating the project, creating the product, or whatever we are creating. What should we do? Introduce an automated tool for managing project artifacts. Strengthen oversight to ensure artifact creation remains top priority. Well, this one doesn't address the core problem whatsoever, right? It actually goes against it. If we're having a problem with prioritizing project documentation or artifacts, project artifacts, same thing, why are we going to focus on that? We should not focus on that anymore. Reward the team's efforts in maintaining documents through incentives. So why are we going to reward the team? What's the point of that, right? They're not doing anything great. So we shouldn't reward the team. So B and C are gone. Reinforce that artifacts by themselves don't guarantee product success. Interesting. Now let's look at this. My initial response was to go for A. Now that I look at the question a little bit more, the question is not speaking or not talking about the team having trouble managing project artifacts. It's talking about the team is prioritizing project artifacts. So let's put this into a scenario. Let's say the team has a capacity of, let's make this up. The team has the capacity of handling 20 project artifacts every day. However, the team is managing only 5. Do we need an automated tool? We don't. It's not a numbers question. They're just managing, or they're prioritizing things incorrectly. So D is going to be the better answer. Reinforce or tell them that, hey, listen, you focusing on artifacts does not guarantee project success. Okay? This is why I keep emphasizing, guys, it's really important to understand the problem. Read the problem. When you're practicing on solving questions, read the problem a couple of times. Like, stay laser focused and read the problem. Don't ever slip when it comes to reading. This exam is a reading exam. Nothing more than that. If you're able to read properly, you're able to understand what is going on. Okay, let's look at 20. During the initiation phase of a healthcare software upgrade project, a project manager reviews past project records and discovers that a previous system update led to increased patient complaints about usabilities compared to the older version. I just talked about focusing when you when you read problems, but I wasn't focused when I was reading this one, so I don't know what the problem statement is. Let's read it again. A PM reviews past project records and discovers that a previous system update led to an increased patient complaints about usability. Okay, I got it. How can the project manager prevent this outcome in the new project? Okay, so we have a lot of complaints. We have a lot of complaints from patients, and the PM wants to make sure that this does not happen again. Engage a healthcare IT consultant to conduct a benefit analysis to support the development of the project charter. So I don't want to go for that first. Why? When we hire a consultant, or when we get a consultant on board, it's going to add extra costs. We don't want to do that. We never want to do that, right, guys? Not right away, at least. Unless we really don't know what's going on and the team doesn't know what's going on. Identify a focus group of clinical staff as external stakeholders with significant influence on systems usability. Very good. We got a focus group. We can gather their feedback. We can ask them what went wrong, what we did wrong, what can we improve. And then with that feedback, we can make sure the problem doesn't happen again. But let's look at the other solutions. Document high-level usability risk and define mitigation plans after finalizing the work breakdown structure. Now, does this solve the core problem? Yeah, technically speaking, this could be a risk, but we don't even want it to be a risk, right? We want to avoid this completely. That's why we're doing this exercise. We don't want people to complain at all. Why are we even considering the fact that it's a risk? We could do that, but it doesn't address the core problem, okay? And another thing is, why after finalizing the work breakdown structure? Doesn't make sense. Just by looking at this, doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't really address the core problem. We're trying to reduce these patient complaints. Contract a group of external healthcare professionals to complete acceptance testing of the upgraded system. So again, we don't want to hire external or consultants. Principle number 2, extra costs. The best answer, guys, is going to be B, right? We get a focus group of clinical staff, people who have actually used the system with significant influence on the system's usability, and we gather their feedback. Best thing we can do, okay? They'll have the most information anyways. 21. In a software development company, a PM arranges remote daily stand-up meetings for a critical product launch. However, several team members consistently arrive late or fail to attend the meetings entirely, causing delays in daily progress updates. Okay, so people are arriving late or don't even show up to the meeting. What should the project manager do? Establish clear ground rules with the team and outline expectations for daily participation. Replace group stand-ups with individual virtual check-ins to increase efficiency. Seek advice from senior leadership on how to handle repeated attendance problems. Okay. Collaborate with the team to select a new time and adjust the stand-up schedule accordingly. I'm going to give you guys a quick hack. You note this down in your books. Anytime an answer mentions, this is one of the few tricks that I found. Ground rules. That's most probably going to be the answer. Because ground rules is never mentioned in any other situation besides something like this. When your whole team, it's not a performance issue, remember that. When your whole team is being problematic, for example, they're not arriving on time, they're on their cell phones, they're distracted maybe on social media, whatever, maybe during team meetings, establish the ground rules. If it's a performance issue, that's different. That's not ground rules at that point. You want to have a one-to-one meeting with whoever is not performing well. But when it's your team collectively that are doing these, little petty things here and there, ground rules. Okay? Give you guys that quick hack, just in case you come across it. Remember, if they mention ground rules in a question, in an answer, it's good indication. Very good indication. Read the problem still, but it's a very good indication that's the answer. In a construction industry project, a project charter has been authorized and a PM has been officially assigned to oversee the work. The PM is now collaborating with the team to break down large construction work packages into smaller, more manageable tasks to prepare for the next planning phase. All right. What is a project manager doing? Okay, interesting question. This is more of a definition type question put into a situation. We got large work packages and we're breaking it down. There's a term for this. Starts with a D. Creating a network diagram? No. Applying decomposition? There we go. That's the answer. Develop the work breakdown structure for the project scope? No. Performing resource leveling? Okay. So decomposition are one of those terminology that you have to know for the exam. Simple. It's basically what the word says. You're decomposing. You're taking something bigger. You're breaking it down. That's what it is at the end of the day. Okay. Pretty simple one over here. But that's what they'll do when it comes to the PMP. If it's a terminology type question, there's not that many, but if it is, they'll put it into a situation. In a financial services firm, a critical software platform must integrate a newly released security technology. Okay, none of the current team members have experience with it, but senior engineers have offered to learn the technology and are confident they can handle the full implementation without impact delivery. What should the project manager do? You have a new technology being introduced into the company. Team doesn't know it, but the senior engineers have taken the lead and say, you know what, we're going to learn about it and we're confident that we can handle it. What should we do? So before we jump into the answers, remember that as a servant leader, you should always respect these qualities that your team brings forward. If your team says, you know what, let me take that initiative. And we're not talking about any member. If it was maybe a junior member or let's just say an excited intern, might not want to give them that task, but it's a senior engineer, right? So this person is qualified. You remove the new technology from the project since the engineers have other priorities. Well, no, it's a critical software, right? We can't just remove it, and it doesn't address the core problem. It actually ignores the situation, right? This does not solve the core problem whatsoever, and the engineers have volunteered. Encourage and support the engineers in their plan to gain expertise and manage the work. I like this. This is principle number 3. Be a servant leader. Encourage them, right? These are the keywords that you want to look for. Bring in external consultants because the internal team is already at full capacity. Well, external consultants cost money. We don't want to jump to that right away. Contract a specialized vendor. So again, we don't want to contract external consultants, vendors. We don't want to do that, right? It costs money. So we can eliminate C and D and A because either they contradict principles or don't solve the core problem. And we're left with B. All right. I think the servant leader questions are the easiest ones. You can identify it. If you have trouble identifying a servant leader answer, just think about how a caring parent might act towards his or her kids, right? You want to encourage them, you want to nurture them, you want to see them grow. That is what a servant leader is. In a telecommunications company, a project has been launched to improve an existing customer service platform, which was developed entirely by internal teams. The PM wants to prevent previous issues from reoccurring during this upgrade. PM wants previous issues. Previous issues. Previous issues. This will ring a bell. I think I know where this question is going, but let's continue. What should the PM do? Verify that the stakeholder engagement strategy is complete and accurately recorded. Well, we're not concerned about stakeholder engagement here. It doesn't solve the core problem. It's not even about stakeholder engagement. It's completely different. B, analyze lessons learned from previous product upgrade projects. That's a good answer. The question clearly mentions previous issues, meaning that something happened in the past, some issues happened in the past. When issues happen in the past, they are put in the lessons learned register. What did you learn about past mistakes and whatnot? B is a good candidate. Develop lessons learned report specifically for the initiation stage. Well, we want to analyze first and see what happened. Assess potential risk for the new enhancement and determine their impact. We want to analyze first again. Take a step back. Principle number 1, analyze the lessons learned, and then from there on, decide on an action. Okay, so B is going to be my choice. In a manufacturing company, a PM is overseeing a factory equipment upgrade project that is starting to show signs of going over the approved budget. What should the PM do to first manage the budget? Okay, really important. The project is starting to show signs that it is going over budget. It has not gone over budget. It is starting to show signs. I want to repeat that. It is starting to show signs. It has not exceeded the project budget yet. These details are extremely important. Collaborate with the team to review actual spending and identify cost variances. So I like collaborating with the team. Your team member are your experts, but more specifically, they're the ones building the project up. So they know, okay, you know what? I spent this on that, and this is going here. So they'll know what's important and what's not. Cost variances as well. You want to see, like, let's say, for example, we bought a pool for this new house that we're building, and the cost was $10,000 when we put $5,000 on paper, right? Notify stakeholders the project is expected to exceed the financial plan. Listen, we want to manage the budget, right? We don't want to freak out the stakeholders right now. We don't want to escalate this. What do we need to do to manage the budget? We got to answer this question. Submit a change request with cost analysis to raise the project budget. So I know a lot of you are going to pick C because you're going to read too quickly. You're going to see budget, and then you're going to see, Mohammed told us that that anytime the budget is affected, we should, that's one of our principles. I can't find it right now, but anytime our budget is affected, we should submit a change request. And then I have a bunch of people in the comments saying, Mohammed, your principles don't work, or this and that and the third, right? Remember, it's starting to show signs. It hasn't gone over yet. Request support from the sponsor, so we don't go to the sponsor. Best answer here is going to be A. Question 26. In an e-commerce company, during the execution phase of an iterative website redesign project, a new government regulation is introduced that affects the payment processing software. The team is already informed about the compliance change. Okay, what should the project manager do next? So all of a sudden, the government comes along and imposes this regulation. Now, this is really important. I'm going to explain something at the end, so please keep your ears peeled. Very, very important concept. Add the new compliance requirement to the product backlog for prioritization. Okay, yeah, that's what you want to do. Notify the project sponsor. We don't want to do that. Principle number 8 over here. One second. By the way, guys, I linked this in the description below. If you're interested, please go check it out. But principle number 8 over here, don't escalate things. Simple as that. Inform the product owner to address the effect of the requirement on the project. Okay. Very, very important. Very important. Let's look at this a little bit more. Revise the stakeholder register to include the contact responsible for the regulation. Why? How does that solve the problem? It doesn't. We have this regulation the government imposed. We have to deal with this regulation. Whether or not we have this person's contact is not going to make a difference. We need to
solve this problem right now, okay? So we're left with two answers now. We're left with A and we're left with C, okay? Remember, when you're left with two answers, a lot of the times, not all the time, but a lot of the times it simply means to reprioritize things. Add the new compliance requirement to the product backlog for prioritization, or tell the person who is responsible for the backlog to address the effect of the requirement of the project first, so that he or she has a better understanding of this requirement, if it is required right now immediately, or if it could wait in another sprint, and then ask the product owner to add the new compliance requirement to the product backlog. So the project manager, by the way, does not add things to the backlog. The one who is responsible for the backlog is the product owner. So that's why that's the best answer over here. Okay. So it's a combination of principle number one, but also knowing your project roles as well. Great. In an automotive company, a newly hired project manager notices that a critical deadline for launching a vehicle software update is at risk due to resource shortages and previous delays. What should the PM do next? Okay. So we have this critical deadline that we have to meet, and we're at risk of not meeting it because of resource shortages and because of previous delays. What should we do? Simple as that. Consult the risk management plan to find an appropriate response strategy. Beautiful answer. Analyze the milestone list to identify tasks that can be completed in parallel. Not quite. The reason being is because resource shortages, okay, that might help if we give more tasks to more to our people, but the thing is previous delays. How does that address it? Right? We're already delayed. We're already experiencing previous delays. Analyzing milestone list won't really help us. Identify tasks that can be completed in parallel. I don't really like this solution, right? This can be something that stems from the risk management plan though. Okay, but we'll get into this soon. I just want you guys to understand. I want to follow the steps. Report the issue to the project sponsor. Principle 8, eliminate. Hold a team meeting to collaborate on possible solutions and the next steps. Wow, that's good. Okay, interesting. So we're left with A, B, and D. So we're at this a vehicle software update is at risk due to resource shortages and previous delays. Now, the best thing to do first is what? The best thing to do first is consult the risk management plan to find an appropriate response strategy. Now you're probably wondering, Mohammed, what do you mean? Your principles, principle number one, always discuss or always speak to the team. I understand that. Okay. Another principle is also refer back to your project plan. This is a principle that a lot of people overlook. Okay, so over here, let me just write project plan. Plan. So in a particular project, your plan is your map. Constantly refer back to it, right? In this situation, we are already experiencing previous delays, right? We're already experiencing previous delays. We're at a state where our project is being delayed. So we have to consult something. Consult the risk management plan. Ask yourself, what will come first? Consulting the risk management plan or hold a team meeting to collaborate on possible solutions? Well, how will your team know what to do if you don't first consult what was stipulated in the risk management plan? You have a brilliant strategy, a response strategy, but if you don't do that, if you don't look in that first, how will you know what to bring your team towards? I don't know what this is. Oh no, it's an update. Okay. Not now. I'm helping people pass the PMP exam, right? The first thing you want to do as a PM, as a project manager, is consult the risk management plan to figure out what you've decided upon before even starting this project. Bring that to your team, hold a team meeting to collaborate, and then from there on, figure out the solutions, okay? Remember, once you're done eliminating, you're stuck between a couple of answers. Usually it's two. Prioritize. Ask yourself, what is the logical next step, right? Even the question says, what should the project manager do next? That's why this is the best answer over here. Okay.
28. In a pharmaceutical company, agile practices were recently introduced to manage research and development projects. Before starting a new drug formulation project, the PM noticed resistance from certain team members who felt some agile ceremonies were unnecessary and time consuming. Okay. What should the PM do or have done before beginning the project? So we're going back in the past now. What should the PM have done? A lot of people or the team members are feeling that, you know what, all these agile stuff, unnecessary, what are we doing? What should the PM have done? Send out a survey to check if the team supported using agile ceremonies for this project. Well, does the team decide? No. The nature of the project will determine if we're using agile or not the team. If the team decided on that, they clearly would have said no, right? Create an inception deck to clarify or clearly explain the purpose and value of agile ceremonies. Okay, this is one of our principles, right? If you look back, when transitioning from predictive to agile, but when introducing agile concepts slowly, that's general. Pilot projects and inception decks is what you want to use. Okay. Inception deck. So because it's new, agile is new, you want to use an inception deck. But let's see what else is available. Coordinate with the product owner to enforce the use of agile ceremonies within the team. Well, not the product owner's responsibility, first of all. So this is already eliminated. And enforce, this is something that we don't do as a project, as a servant leader. All right. It's something that's, it can be done, but it's frowned upon when it comes to servant leadership. And, we always want to be a servant leader over here. Be a servant leader. Okay. Consult with the project sponsor about persuading the team to include agile ceremonies in their workflow. Well, again, we don't go to the sponsor. Sponsor's not responsible for this. So this is gone. This is gone. And we're left with, and this is gone because we said, why it should not be determined based on, it should be determined based on the nature of the project. So we're left with inception deck. Pretty simple, but you just want to understand that you want to introduce the agile concepts gradually through an inception deck. Now, this is a term that the PMP uses, inception deck. It's a strange term, but you might see it on your exam. That's why I included it as well. Okay. I'm trying to follow the style as much as possible to help you guys out. In a retail company, a PM is responsible for creating a coaching plan to enhance the skills of the merchandising team during a system upgrade project. What should the PM consider when defining their coaching strategy? Okay, so we're trying to, as a PM, create a coaching plan for the merchandising team. Existing communication practices within the team. Okay. The company's overall strategic and business objectives, personal development goals of individual team members, the common goals defined by the project team. I'm going to eliminate B right off the bat because it doesn't address the core problem. We're concerned about the team, what the team needs, not the company. Okay, so B is gone. We are not looking to only enhance communication. We are creating a coaching plan to enhance the skills of the merchandising team. So not just communications, but just general skills. So they don't specify. So we're not going to get specific. A and B are gone. Why? Because they don't address the core problem. Personal development goals of individual team members. Why personal development? We want skills that are related to this project. The common goals for the project team. Okay, that's going to be the best answer. 30. In a technology consulting firm, the project team working on a client software migration relies on the PM for every decision, causing bottlenecks as the PM is often tied up in meetings. What should the PM do to prevent these delays? Okay, so the project team is constantly running towards the project manager for decision making. What should we do? Is this correct? Is this and that? They're basically asking to be micromanaged. What should the PM do to prevent these delays? And generally speaking, a servant leader is someone who should allow their team to grow, Nurture them to the point where they become independent. Let's see what the answers are. Analyze a Pareto diagram to pinpoint the main causes of the slowdowns. Well, we know what the slowdowns are, that the team is coming to the project manager for every single decision. So this is not going to solve anything. We know what it is. Schedule a follow-up meeting in 2 weeks to address pending decisions. Well, we're delaying the solution. We're postponing it. We never want to postpone things. We never want to wait. We want to address things head on. Okay? Principle number 2, gone. Keep full decision-making control centralized with the project manager. Well, ask yourself this question. How does that solve the problem? It adds to the problem. Assign decision-making power for certain tasks directly to the team. Yes. Okay. Give your team some autonomy. Let them decide. This is going to develop them as leaders as well. This is what we want to do. In an energy company, a PM is overseeing a highly technical infrastructure upgrade, which is the first project in a strategic program to apply Agile practices. A senior executive from the program board has expressed interest in observing how the project scope is advancing and how deliverables are shaping up. Okay, what should the project lead do? So this senior executive wants to be a part of the project, or at least see the project progress. What should we do? Ask the board member to join the next daily stand-up with the team. So like we mentioned before, the daily stand-up is a short couple of minutes, 15 minutes usually, and it's very fast-paced. You ask your team members, what did you do yesterday? What did you do? What do you plan on doing today? And are there any impediments you're facing? So this is not the place for the senior executive to be asking, or to be present, number one, and to be asking about progress, right? It's not the place. So this is gone. Request the board members' attendance at the upcoming sprint retrospective. Okay, we're going to discuss this. This is where you have to really understand the Agile development cycle and what happens in every stage. Schedule a separate demonstration to walk the board member through progress. Okay, I guess so, but it's a little bit inefficient, especially for an Agile project. No one has time. But let's see what else there is. Welcome the board member to attend the next sprint review session. Beautiful. Okay. B and D are very similar. One says sprint retrospective, one says review session. The review session will involve external stakeholders. The sprint retrospective, on the other hand, is where the internal team comes together and basically does a reflection. They reflect on what went right, what went wrong, what they could have done better. The best place is going to be at the sprint review session. That's after the sprint. They can review the progress and whatnot. Okay? Awesome. Okay, in a financial services company, a PM operating within a matrix structure is leading an internal software project aimed at improving the accuracy of transactions reporting. Wow, that's a mouthful. Maybe matrix structure is going to be important, but everything else in this part is not. I don't care that we're in a financial service company. Accuracy of transaction reporting, that's all extra information. Partway through development, new government financial regulations are introduced, and the development team successfully incorporates the changes without impacting their budget. I think we did this question before. Anyways, however, the project manager realizes that the extra validation and compliance testing required is driving testing costs beyond what was originally planned. Okay, I see where this is going. What should the project manager do? Okay, I think we did something similar to this question, but it's always good to review it. So, government regulations come along. The costs, the development team successfully incorporates the change without impacting their budget. But the extra validation and compliance is driving the costs up. Okay, let me make this clear. And I think I know where this is going. Even if the extra validation or whatever extra is not driving the cost up, because the team successfully incorporated the changes, whether that be changes in the scope, changes in the product, whatever it may be, You need a record of that. That is why the change request process comes along. Okay, so I think I know where this is going. Let's just see what there is. Modify the cost estimate and update the cost management plan to reflect the increased testing expenses. Okay, yeah, we could do that, but there's a step before that, right? Approach the project sponsor to secure additional funding from the contingency reserve to cover testing overruns. Well, no, I mean, we can technically go to the sponsor because the sponsor is the person, kind of financing not financing, but securing the funds for the project. But there's another step before all of these things are extra. Submit a formal change request through the organization approval process to revise the cost baseline for adding testing costs. Yes. Submit a change request. That's what the question wants you to do. That's what the project manager should do before anything. Before anything, have a record of what changes happened. If there's no record, there's no way to go back and see what changes we made. Have a change log, have change requests. Perform a cost benefit assessment to evaluate whether resources from development can be redirected. Well, that's not going to solve anything, right? This is going to be the best one. C. Always change requests. Anytime the scope, schedule, budget is affected, change request. In a pharmaceutical company, a project focused on developing a new laboratory automation system has completed its design phase ahead of schedule. Great. However, a key supplier informs the project manager that a critical component may arrive late due to staffing shortages, potentially delaying implementation. The internal team asks whether they should proceed with their tasks according to the original timeline or adjust their pace. Okay, so something might come late, and now the team's asking, do we proceed with our tasks according to what we're doing, or do we want to adjust our pace? Okay, encourage the team to work extended hours to reduce the impact of delay. No, we don't want to do that. Not right away. This is something that might happen in real life. And I mean, the PMI doesn't deny it too. I mean, sometimes you will have to work overtime, but we want to take our work experience out of the picture and just focus on what's best practice. So we shouldn't aim for this right away. Advise the team to slow down their progress. I mean, if they slow down, then it's going to be even worse, right? So we don't want to do that. That's like the opposite of what we want to do. B doesn't solve the problem whatsoever. Assign some internal team members to support the vendor's work temporarily. Well, a key supplier informs the department that a critical may arrive late. Okay, I see. Assign some internal team members to support the vendor's work. So we're sending some team members to the vendor to help out? No, come on. We're gonna take our team members. That's principle to number 23. Technically, we're giving our internal team some extra tasks when they shouldn't, but that's kind of weird. We're sending our internal team members to the vendor's company to help out. Collaborate with a team member to explore alternative solutions. Beautiful. It's a great solution right there. Okay, awesome. In a healthcare technology company, a project manager has successfully deployed a new electronic medical record system and is preparing to transition it to full operations. What should the PM do to ensure that the project is ready to move to an operational state? Okay, so we deploy this electronic medical system, fine, and is preparing to transition to full operations. So we need to make sure that we are ready for this transition, to transition into an operational state. Review the work breakdown structure with the team to verify all deliverables are complete. Okay, very good. If all deliverables are complete, then clearly we are ready for an operational state. And we want to verify with the team. Why? Because the team members are your experts. Make every decision with them. Okay, it's one of our principles, one of our core principles. They're the ones who built these deliverables. They'll know more than any one of us. Develop a plan to resolve technical debt and gain approval from the project sponsor. No need here. There's no indication of technical debt in our question. They've successfully deployed a new electronic medical records. That tells us right away there's no technical debt. And why approval from the project sponsor? We don't need that. Check this project chart to confirm the official approval process and key decision makers. Why? It's not going to help us in our situation. Analyze work in progress. So no, we want work breakdown structure. Everything is done, right? They've deployed a new electronics medical records. They're trying to launch it to become fully operational. So the best solution here is going to be A. In an automotive company, a project manager is overseeing the procurement of specialized manufacturing equipment for a strategic initiative, but only one vendor has submitted a costly bid. The sponsor is concerned that the high price may not justify the return on investment. How should the project manager handle the situation? Reassess the project charter and explore alternative sourcing options. Okay. Yeah, that's principle number one. We're taking a step back. Right over here. The most powerful principle. Approve the purchase. So if you approve the purchase, we're kind of going behind the sponsor's back. We're not assessing things properly. The sponsor might have a point. This price is way too high. So we don't want to do this right away. Eliminate. Consult the CEO to gain executive support for the procurement. Eliminate. No escalating. Evaluate negotiation possibilities to improve contract terms. Oh, this is interesting. We're left with A and D. Should we look at the contract to see if we can negotiate? Or should we jump straight into looking at alternative sourcing options when we know that only one vendor has submitted a bid? We should do D instead. Look at the contract. Maybe there's room for negotiations. Evaluate, take a step back, look at what we have, and then reassess. I keep telling you guys, when you're left with two answers, a lot of the times it's going to only be about prioritizing one over the other. Logically, just ask yourself, okay, you know what? I'm in this situation. What would I do first? Look at what we have in front of us in the contract. Maybe we can negotiate, or go straight into exploring alternative options. Okay, so I'm going to go with D. In a construction company, a project is in the execution phase when two engineers begin facing both technical disagreements and interpersonal conflicts, disrupting team collaboration. Which two actions should the PM take first to address this conflict? So we got to choose two now. Same principles apply, same concept. Frame the problem. Two people are basically going after each other for whatever issues, technical and interpersonal issues. What should we do? Involve human resources? Nope, we don't want to escalate. Principle number 8. Schedule private meetings with the conflicting team members to understand their perspectives? Yes. Okay, this is principle number 3. Yeah, so if there is friction within the team, engage in individual meetings with each team member in question. Bring up the issue in a team meeting, so we don't want to do that, right? Why? Because we're exposing their faults. We're basically saying that these two people are arguing with one another to the entire team members. Let's fix this situation. It makes them look bad. Facilitate an early discussion between the involved team members using a yes. Very good. Okay, we want to do it as early as possible. Use a collaborative approach. Excellent. For now, let's see what the postpone. So we never want to postpone things, right? Anytime you see this word postpone or anything that means the same, we don't want to do that. These are going to be our best answers. In a financial technology company, stakeholders are debating the optimal user experience for a new mobile banking app. And the Agile team is split on the design approach. The disagreement is more of a constructive debate rather than a serious conflict. Okay, what should the project manager do next? Okay, so they're going back, and they're debating. It's more of a constructive debate than a serious conflict. Use conflict resolution strategies to guide the team toward a decision. Okay, well, they say that it's not a serious conflict, so I don't see why we would need to use conflict resolution strategies. Organize a structured team meeting to facilitate discussion on the issue. No, it's not an issue. It's just a constructive debate. Let the team resolve the disagreements independently unless assistance is required. Okay. Have one-on-one discussions with team members to understand their viewpoints. We don't want to have one-on-one. It's not a performance issue. It's not an individual problem that two team members are going after one another. Let the team resolve it. Right? Give them the autonomy. Give them this concept of self-organization, even though we don't know if it's we know it's an agile team. Oh, perfect. It's an agile team. So one principle that we have when it comes to agile is agile projects are self-organizing. Let the teams decide. If it gets into a serious conflict, that's different, or a performance issue, but this is what we want. A healthcare organization undergoing a major digital transformation has launched a project to streamline and document operational workflows. One key goal of the initiative is to implement agile methodologies for project execution. Okay. What is the main reason for adopting agile? So this is a funny situation. The entire situation is not important. We just have to know what the main purpose of adopting agile is. Projects will be completed more quickly, not necessarily. Reducing both time and expenses, not necessarily. It can actually take longer than a predictive project, depending on how many iterations you have. Projects will deliver incremental value early based on business priorities. Excellent. That's what agile is about, delivering value incrementally. Projects will minimize risk and ensure smoother implementation. Okay. Projects will achieve, it's not going to minimize risk, but it will manage risk incrementally. Agile projects are actually more risky, right? So it's not what we want. Projects will achieve substantial cost savings. No, that's not true. Agile projects can be even more expensive than predictive because for agile projects, we don't really know what to expect. So this is the best answer over here. A multinational automotive company, a lot of automotive companies in these questions, is developing a new manufacturing facility with a diverse project team. After several months, the project manager notices that 2 engineers are not engaging effectively with the site manager. After one-on-one discussions, the project manager discovers that cultural differences are creating communication barriers. Okay, so issues between the engineers and the site manager because of cultural barriers. What should we do? Technically cultural differences that are creating communication barriers. Encourage the team members to adjust and accept cultural differences as part of the teamwork. Okay, fine. There's no problem with that. But how's that going to change or fix the communication issue? Facilitate a direct conversation between the site manager and the engineers to address the concerns. Yes, okay, that's good. Anytime there's an issue, you can think of the project manager when there's an issue between team members, like these impediments that's derailing the project. The PM should step in and kind of put a band-aid on the situation or the problem, right? Provide the site manager recommendations on how to improve communication with the team. You could do that, but what about the engineers too, right? The PM should come in and try to facilitate. Discuss the concerns of the site manager and collaborate on an inclusive solution. We could do that too. Facilitation, I like this word. It's a servant leader characteristic. And the solution involves both the site managers and engineers, not just the site manager. Site manager might not be at fault here. Site manager might try, but the engineers might be at fault, or the site manager might be at fault. We don't know, but we want to involve both of these individuals. So yes, this is a good solution. Let's do 40. In a pharmaceutical company, a PM conducts regular progress review meetings to address challenges in developing a new drug formulation. Okay. What should the project manager do first on the agenda? So we have a project manager who conducts regular progress review meetings. So what should we do when it comes to addressing these challenges? Document key lessons learned from the project. That could be after, right? After figuring out what these key lessons learned are, we
can document them. So I would say that's more towards the end. Review the risk mitigation strategy. So how is that going to help us? This is not a risk related question. Ensure alignment and integration of the project management plan. Interesting. Update resolution strategies and assign action items. So we're not talking about any issues. We're just simply talking about a progress review meeting. So the best thing is to understand if what we are doing, our project progress, if that is in alignment with the project management plan. If it is not, then we have an issue. Then we can go and say, you know what? Let's look at resolution strategies, or let's look at key lessons learned to get this project back on track. But this is the first thing that we want to do, ensure alignment. Think about it. If you planned on building this drug, right? This medicine, in 5 months, and it's been let's say 12 months. Your product, or your project in this case, does not align with what was stipulated in the project management plan. So that's the first thing you want to validate first.
In a renewable energy company, the PM is hosting a strategy session with stakeholders to finalize a solar farm expansion plan. That sounds like a really interesting project. During the discussion, a disagreement arises between the finance director and the operations lead over budget allocations. Okay, so the disagreement between two people in your team, what do you do? Reschedule the meeting. We don't want to do that. And invite a financial analyst for expert insights. When we reschedule a meeting, what does it entail? It means that there could be a potential delay. Okay, so let's go back to our principles over here. There could be a potential delay when you reschedule things, right? We never want to reschedule in general. Figure out and solve the situation then and there. Continue the meeting and ask both parties to resolve their issue privately. Okay, I'm going to come back to this. This doesn't contradict any of our principles, so let's leave it for now. Postpone. Postpone is one of the words that we want to consider because it contradicts our principle. So we don't want to postpone things because postponing can cause an overall delay in the project. Right. Facilitate discussion to align both perspectives and keep the meeting on track. That sounds like an excellent answer. We're left with B and we're left with D. Some people might say, continue the meeting and ask both parties to resolve their issue privately. However, this issue is not a personal issue. This issue is over budget allocation. So it's relevant to what we are discussing in this strategy session. And we need to discuss it. We need to address this issue between the finance director and the operations lead. So we need to facilitate the discussion. That's a good answer right there. URL. Okay, 42. In a healthcare technology company, a remote project team attends frequent virtual meetings to discuss software updates and regulatory compliance. Lately, the team has shown signs of disengagement and low participation. How should the PM approach this situation? Okay, so the team is basically burnt out. Low participation, disengagement. What do we need to do as a project manager? Allow the team members to take a short break to recharge. Okay, now, naturally speaking, in our companies, in real life, we would do that, right? We would tell the team, you know what? Let's go out to a restaurant or take a break, not a day off, but take some time off, recharge. But when it comes to PMI best standards, we don't want to do that. The reason being is because the team members taking a short break, first of all, what does short break mean? Secondly, so they can derail the project. Derailing the project by giving them a break, right? By giving them a break. So we don't want to pick this right away because of principle number 2. Let's move on. I know it seems a little harsh, but again, we want to remove or we want to ignore the experience that we had in our workplaces, and we want to consider PMI best standards. Reduce the number of virtual meetings to avoid fatigue. Okay, I mean, a remote project team attends frequent virtual meetings. The thing is, we could do that, but what's going to replace those virtual meetings? Because the team is remote. We need a way to communicate with them, right? But let's see what else there is. Reevaluate task distribution and lighten individual workloads. Okay, we can reevaluate. That's taking a step back. That's an excellent approach. But lighten individual workloads. Well, what if Jacob needs to do what he needs to do? How am I going to lighten his workload? I'm giving my team members respective tasks according to what they can do for this project. Why am I going to take away these tasks? Who's going to do those things, right? So I can reevaluate task distribution, but who's going to do these things? I still need work to be done. So it's not a good solution. It doesn't solve the core problem. It actually can add problems at the end of the day, right? Plan interactive team activities and schedule one-on-one check-ins. I like this a lot. Interactive team activities, and we want to do this because everyone's remote, and they're team activities, right? Team activities are different than just take a short break. Team activities will help them re-engage into the project and schedule one-on-one check-ins. Yes, the project manager should do that and just check on everyone, especially the ones who are burnt out, if everything's okay. I like this a lot. D is a good answer. So you might be going in between D and B maybe, but reducing the number of virtual meetings is not going to be feasible. We're a remote project team. Okay, and remember that the yeah, exactly, we're a remote project team, and if we plan out interactive team activities, then the participation will hopefully increase, right? Instead of having boring meetings where this is what we have to do, make it more interactive. All right. So D answers the question completely. Let's move on. 43. In an e-learning platform company, a PM is overseeing the rollout of a new AI-driven recommendation feature to increase user engagement. All right. That first sentence, is it important or is it not important? It's not important, right? We don't need to know that. It could be a healthcare project for all we care, right? During a backlog refinement, business stakeholders struggle to grasp how the feature integrates with existing content and expresses concerns. Okay, so the problem statement is that these stakeholders do not understand how this feature integrates with what we've already made, existing content and whatnot. Okay, so there's an integration problem. They're not understanding the project in a nutshell. What can the project manager do to demonstrate the feature integration? All right, let's eliminate some answers. Engage business stakeholders in the sprint retrospective to gather feedback. Okay, that sounds good. Involve business stakeholders in the next sprint review. Oh, okay. My apologies. Yeah, so we have sprint retrospective and we have sprint review to showcase progress. Okay. Go over the backlog thoroughly with business stakeholders for clarity. Okay, we can do that. If we go over the backlog thoroughly with business stakeholders for clarity, we could do that, but is it the right time to do so? Is it the right time? I like the fact that A and B mention something very specific. Engage them or involve them at a specific stage in our agile development cycle, which is going to be very important. We'll discuss this soon. Add a specific task to the backlog to review how the feature integrates. No, we don't need to do that, right? We don't need to do that. The backlog is not there for revision of how feature integrates. The backlog is there for features that we're going to develop during the sprint. Okay, so we have A and we have B. Sprint retrospective and sprint review. When do we incorporate the stakeholders? The sprint review sessions. This is where everyone from the sponsors to the users to the stakeholders are involved. I mean, everyone's a stakeholder, but You get the point. Everyone comes along and sees the product that the team has created during the sprint. The retrospective, on the other hand, remember this difference. It's hard to get mixed up. The retrospective is where the member, the direct team member, comes together and discusses the sprint. What went right, what went wrong, what could be better. Awesome. Let's move on to number 44. In an energy sector company, a PM is overseeing the development of a predictive maintenance system for a power plant. While reviewing project performance metrics, the manager aims to anticipate potential delays in the coming phases. Okay, what should the project manager do? So we want to anticipate potential delays. That is our promise statement. Ensure compliance through quality control. Well, how is that going to help us anticipate potential delays? Has nothing to do with potential delays for that matter, right? So A is gone. Check the schedule for potential delays. Well, if the schedule told us about potential delays, that would be awesome. But that's not how a schedule works. A schedule is your ideal case. This is what we want. This is what we have planned out. Let's say a delay will come along and then affect the schedule. So in the moment, we have all the information, but we're trying to anticipate or look in the future and try to figure out if there's going to be a delay. Okay, so B is not going to be the right answer either. Analyze trends to foresee risk. That's the key word. Risks. Potential delays. Put this in your notebooks, guys. Every time the PMP, or the PMI in this case, mentions delay, that is a risk. That is a risk. Delay equals risk. Risk equals delay. Delay equals risk. Okay? Delay equals risk. Just remember this. Keep repeating that to yourself. So analyze trends to foresee risk. That's probably the answer. Identify issues with root cause analysis. Well, we don't really have issues right now. We're just simply trying to anticipate potential delays. So I'm going to go with C. 45. A financial services company is implementing a hybrid approach for a digital transformation project. The PO who was overseeing project execution has been promoted to an executive role. That's awesome. PO to executive. That's amazing. A newly appointed project lead must ensure the project's value is well defined. Okay. Which project artifacts should the project lead use to ensure that the project benefits have been identified? So when it comes to project artifacts, guys, a lot of people, they get mixed up. What is a project artifact? It's a very strange terminology to give what is commonly known as your project documentation, right? All your plans, all your paperwork, that's basically your project artifacts. Okay, so what should we use to understand the project's value, or you can say their business value, or just value in general? Benefits. That's the keyword that I'm looking for. System architecture blueprint. No, that's not a term, by the way. That's a good point, actually. The PMP might throw in some terms from time to time that are not terminology whatsoever. If you don't recognize something, considering that you studied, if you don't recognize a term, even though it sounds right, like, wow, a system architecture blueprint, that sounds like something cool. That sounds like something that we can use. If you don't recognize it, condition is you have to study, though. if you don't study and you look at the terms, you won't recognize anything, right? Make sure you don't select it. If you don't recognize it, don't select it. Prioritize backlog. Okay, let's keep that for now. Statement of work. Business case analysis. All right, so business case analysis is going to be the answer. Business case will tell you the benefits, the ROI. What are we trying to solve? What is the point of this project, right? And you have this newly appointed project lead. You must ensure the project's value and is well defined. So if your business case is not well defined, which is done in the beginning of the project, everything else will not be well defined. Your prioritized product backlog will build out something that it does not align with it might align with the business case, but it does not align with what the team and what the project leads actually want, because your business case is faulty. Okay. It's like starting off. Let's saying that, you know what, we want to build an electric car. In the business case, you instead of saying an electric car, you change it up and you say a gas powered car. It doesn't make any sense. It derails the entire project. So you want to make sure that your business case from the get is properly outlined. Okay. A healthcare technology company faces delays in delivering a medical software update due to quality issues. In an urgent team meeting, the PO suggests conducting a root cause analysis. Okay, so we are facing delays. And the PO says we should do a root cause analysis. Okay, here's the thing that I did not mention. I forgot. It slipped my, when I was reading, I didn't pay attention. It says medical software update due to quality issues. When it comes to quality issues, guys, and shout out to my industrial engineers, you'll know this, and anyone who works in quality for that matter, or Lean Six Sigma in that field, the RCA, the root cause analysis, is one of the most powerful tools that you can use for to pinpoint what these quality issues are. Okay. There is also called the fishbone diagram or the Ishikawa, but on your exam, they'll use the root cause analysis. So the product owner did suggest something very important, very powerful, and I'm assuming because the question did take a sentence to mention this part, we have to use it in the answer. But let's see what we have. Facilitate an open discussion so all team members can contribute. Okay, I guess nothing wrong with that. Let the team self-organize and appoint someone to lead the discussion. So we are dealing with an agile project because they mentioned PO, product owner, which is one of our keywords. If you just check our keywords over here. Yeah, product owner. Okay. So self-organization is a characteristic of an agile team. But I don't see how it solves the issue. I don't see how it uses the product owner's suggestion. Let's just see what else there is. Review the product owner's suggestion, okay, with the team. Yes, with the team. Your team members are your experts. And apply agreed on solutions. Very good. This is a complete solution. You're taking a step back. You're reviewing what the PO said. You're involving your team. Your team is responsible for building this product. They're the experts. One of our principles over here. Your team members are your experts, right? Involve them. And you're applying on what is agreed upon. Consult the testing manager and request stricter quality control. Well, that doesn't solve the problem, right? We're trying to figure out the reasons behind this issue. So this is going to be the best answer, in my opinion. And this is a good example of what something that we have to do when it comes to this exam. Especially if you're reading and there's some important information mentioned in the second part of the question. Whatever the question tells you, you want to incorporate that into your answer. So if you do see something like, the PO suggestion in your answer, it's a good candidate. Especially if it's after the first sentence. And Mohammed, why are you saying after the first sentence? Well, the first sentence is used to set up the situation. Healthcare technology project, not important. Faces delays. Okay, that could be important. That is important, actually. Medical software update, not important. Quality issue is important. Okay. Team meeting, the product owner suggests. So usually speaking, the first sentence, at least most of it, is not important, especially when they're setting up the situation. All right, anyways. 47. A pharmaceutical company is launching a research project that differs from its usual commercial initiatives. The PM is customizing project artifacts to fit the unique requirements. Who should determine, which artifacts should be used in the project? All right, so we don't really need to know any of this stuff. The question is pretty simple. Who should determine which artifacts to use? And this is standard, actually, across the board. This is not dependent on the situation and whatnot. This is something that, and I'll tell you this right now, that your team should determine. The team The people that are working on this project should determine it. Okay? So the project sponsor should decide, no, the team should rely on standard artifacts from the company's database. So the team should decide but not rely on standard artifacts, because the project could be different. The project can be something that does not need these standard artifacts. Stakeholders should collectively determine the appropriate artifacts. So stakeholders, no, we want the project team. The PM and their team should, yes, exactly, should select artifacts suited to this project. Okay, and simple. It's the reason being is because your team members are going to directly be working on the project. Let them decide what artifacts they need. Let them decide what tools they need. Let them decide on these things, because they're the ones that are going to actually build this project up. Very important. You know, you have these companies nowadays that have a database of just a whole bunch of project documentation, artifacts, and templates. It's like, come on, guys. We don't need all that stuff. Let the team decide what they want and move on from there. A retail company is developing a new summer product that must launch before peak season. During initial planning, the team realizes that the product requirements are unclear and evolving. What should the PM do? Okay. So notice this is a perfect example. The first sentence, it sets up the situation. The second sentence, is where the problem lies. Team realizes that the product requirements are unclear and evolving. What should we do? Engage stakeholders to prioritize key product requirements. Okay. I mean, that could be it. I see how it can help when it comes to evolving. The requirements are evolving, but if they're unclear, how does prioritizing an unclear requirement help? Let's keep this on the side for now. Identify risks and establish a contingency plan to meet the deadline. Well, this doesn't solve the core problem. Yes, it's true. There can be an assumption that there's going to be a risk because we're not going to finish on time because the product requirements are unclear and evolving. But how do we solve this problem? How do we make the product requirements more clear? And how do we handle them evolving? Request business subject matter experts, SMEs to support the team. No, we can eliminate that. Not right away, because there's no indication that the team doesn't know what they're doing. The team, if the question says the team has no idea what's going on, like they're new, for example, then we can do that. So one of our principles here is number 2, never settle for delays or extra costs. Extra costs always come with hiring an SME. D, guide the team in defining a minimal viable product. Beautiful. When you have a minimal viable product, what will it do? The requirements become so much more clear. You see it in front of you. You're building something and you put it together. You'll see these requirements. You'll see your product evolving according to the evolving requirements as well. This is going to be the best answer. When you have the minimal viable product, it also creates clarity in what you're creating, and it makes you more confident as a project team when you see the product in front of you or a part of it. Okay, one of the key words that the PMP exam likes to mention is minimal viable product. It might come as demo as well, but these are the tools that the PMP loves to mention. So I'm going to go with D, and we're going to keep our fingers crossed. Hopefully it's the answer, right? I'm finishing, by the way, guys, I'm finishing this for the first time. I'm doing this simulation. I don't believe in doing it once and doing it. I just want to do it once with you guys to see it for the first time, and then go through the mistakes so we both learn together at the end of the day. Okay? A financial services company is developing a new analytics tool, but the team lacks access to critical data needed for the current sprint. Although this dependency was known, the team is uncertain about how to resolve it. Okay, so we lack access to critical data. The team is uncertain on how to resolve it. We have an issue. The team is unsure. That's what the problem statement is on how to resolve it. Help the team explore alternative solutions. Well, that sounds like a good solution. Principle number 1, right? Take a step back. Let's explore different options together. Defer the dependent tasks on the next sprint to the next sprint. No, if we need to do something right now, then we need to do it right now for a reason. Very important. When we push something to the next sprint, this can cause a delay. Escalate the issue to the IT department. No, we don't want to escalate things. Raise the concern with the project sponsor. No, we don't want to do that. So this is out. This is out. This is out from the principles. We're left with A. All right, simple as that. A technology consulting firm is developing a cutting-edge software solution. A newly hired junior developer consistently proposes innovative ideas, but senior team members dismiss them as impractical. After multiple project cycles, senior developers request the junior team members' removal despite acknowledging their creativity. Wow, that's pretty harsh, right? So, yeah, this junior team member that that suggests some ideas, and the senior ones dismiss it because they're impractical. And now the senior developers want this junior out. Man, that's harsh. What should the project manager do next? Approve the request and remove the junior. That's even harsher, right? So you never want to do that. Why? Because it creates friction in the team. Okay, over here, never create friction in the team. Never. At the end of the day, the junior project manager is still a part of your team. You don't want to create friction. You want to solve this. You want to make sure that everyone's settled, that no one's creating this unnecessary friction. Foster deeper discussions to encourage knowledge sharing. All right, that sounds good. You're encouraging as well. This is a servant leader trait, principle number 3. I like it. Assign new hires to a dedicated training group. How's this going to solve the issue? And we don't want to hire new people if we don't need, especially. It costs more. Reassign tasks to prevent future conflicts. We could do that, but again, what's happening is we're creating friction. We're telling the junior that, you know what, we're going to take your task away and we'll give it to someone else, right? Best thing is going to be B. Yeah, this is a question where you just got to be a decent human being. Not even a good human being, a decent human being. If you're a decent human being, you know how to do A. I don't want to insult anyone. I'm just letting you guys know. All right, 51. A pharmaceutical company is initiating a groundbreaking drug research project with significant uncertainty. The PM suggests a hybrid project approach. Okay, so note this. This is going to be important now. First sentence, be careful. The last part, very important. Significant uncertainty. If you've taken my PMP course, you'll notice that I make a contrast between agile and predictive in the key concept section. I say that agile is like going through a dark cave with a flashlight. You can't see much. You have to shine that flashlight to see what's ahead of you, but only by a couple of steps. And then you got to take those steps and then look in front of you, look to your right, look to your left, look behind you to make sure you're still going in the right direction. You want to always take the increment steps forward, assess your situation, and then keep going because there's so much uncertainty. All right. The PM suggests a hybrid project management approach, but the organization has only worked with traditional predictive methodologies. Leadership is unsure about adopting a new approach. Okay. How can the project manager strategize the use of hybrid approach to the organization? Explain the advantages of a hybrid approach to key stakeholders to gain buy-in. That sounds excellent. Take a step back. You're explaining things. You're teaching people about hybrid. And the reason why we're using hybrid instead of agile is this is actually very intelligent of the project manager in this situation. If your team is using a predictive approach, or if they're used to using a predictive approach, you don't want to jump straight into completely agile. You want to use some parts of your project using a predictive approach, and some retain them as hybrid, and some using predictive. Submit a formal change request to implement a hybrid approach. Okay. Request approval from the project management office for a hybrid model. Inform the project team that the project will follow a hybrid approach. Well, the organization needs to get to be on board with this. That's why A is going to be the best answer. All the other answers like B, C, and D could follow after A, meaning that, for example, let's say your organization agrees on this, then you can submit a formal change request if needed, if it increases your project budget and whatnot. You can do all these formal things, right? But we need to solve this first. This completely solves the core problem. All right, 52. A biotech firm is launching an advanced genetic research initiative with high uncertainty. All right, this is the exact same question, I think. A PM suggests a hybrid approach, hybrid project management approach. Yes, the exact same situation, but just different wording. But the company has only used predictive methodologies. Leadership is hesitant. How can the PM strategize to use a hybrid approach? Showcase the benefits to key stakeholders to gain their support. I think that's going to be the answer. Let me just see. All right, so this was a strange little combination here. They're right next to each other too, which is strange because this whole simulator is supposed to be randomized, but it's going to be A. Okay. Again, remember, if you see the word uncertainty, don't go for predictive. Uncertainty is either hybrid or agile. Depending on your situation, you might choose hybrid, you might choose agile. Very important. Remember, the dark cave analogy. If the cave, on the other hand, or tunnel, is well lit, that's a predictive project. You know what's ahead of you. You can see the end. But if it's dark, you can't see the end. You need to take increment steps. Pharmaceutical company is preparing to launch a new bioengineered medical device, but faces delays due to strict regulatory approvals in a key market. This setback could affect the global rollout timeline. What should the project manager do? Okay, so the law is interfering with our project, and we might not be able to roll out on time or launch this new product on time. Explore launching through an alternative market with faster approvals. Okay. The question mentions a key market, right? Meaning that the market that we're interested in is critical. So I don't think it's going to be A. I like the fact that they say explore. You're taking that step back, you're looking, you're investigating. So I'm not going to eliminate it right away, but it does go against something in the question. Let's just see what else there is. Proceed with the launch while awaiting regulatory clearance. Well, you're technically breaking the law at that point, right? How can you proceed with the launch when it goes against the law? Request executive leadership to advocate for an expedited review. Okay. It's kind of escalating, Let's leave it for now. Identify legal strategies to accelerate compliance requirements. Okay, that's a better solution. Why is it a better solution? Well, because our whole situation revolves around this legal issue. We're not saying we're breaking the law like B does. We're saying, we're taking a step back. We're reading this whole legal regulatory approvals situation. We're reading everything. We're understanding what's going on, and then we are looking towards strategies to help us, or loopholes in this case, to help us become more compliant, right? So I like D. D is a good answer. Like I mentioned, guys, this exam is a reading exam. If you could critically read and understand that, this situation revolves around this strict regulatory approvals, you want to then incorporate that answer into, or that part of the question into your answer. It's like when you're in school and the teacher tells you or asks you, what's the summary of this paragraph or this page? You're going to take out the most important details. When you ask yourself the same question here, the whole situation revolves around the strict regulatory approvals in a key market. So you want to use that in your answer. Very important. Let's move on. All right, 54. A software development company is working on an AI-driven analytics platform and has just completed the first of 6 planned iterations. During the iteration retrospective, the team realizes that they underestimated the complexity of tasks, leading to a velocity of only 50% and potential delivery risks. Okay, what should the project manager do? All right, so that was a mouthful. I got a little bit distracted by the 50%. It threw me off. I'll be honest with you. It's not really that important. I just realized that now, but it threw me off. Every time I see numbers in a worded question, it throws me off. During an iteration retrospective, the team realized that they underestimated the complexity of tasks. Okay, I get it now. Meaning that they've said, or they've said that, you know what, we're going to finish this many story points, or complete this many story points, but they were only able to get 50% done, and they have potential delivery risks. What should we do as a PM? Document the issue and escalate it? No. Principle number 8, we never want to do that. Facilitate a team discussion to identify internal solutions. I like that. Principle number 1. Request technical leadership to assist the team. No, we don't want that. Not right away. We're not saying the team needs assistance right now. They just need to figure things out. Recommend replacing some team members with experienced professionals. This is going to create friction within the team. You never want to fire your team members, quote unquote. And yeah, okay. So D is gone. A is gone. We're left with B and C. Honestly speaking, B is such a better answer. We're involving the team. The team is so important to be involved. The reason being is because they're the ones building the product. They're your experts, like our principals say. So B is going to be a good answer over here. A pharmaceutical company that is executing a new drug development project that involves complex regulatory requirements across multiple markets. Now you ask yourself this question: is this first sentence important? You can answer it in the comments section if you made it this far with me. Due to high stakes and compliance risks, the PM schedules a management review with senior executives to ensure smooth implementation of the project deliverables. What should the PM review during the management review to ensure the meeting is effective? This part over here, this end, the implementation, or to ensure the smooth implementation of project deliverables. How should we do that? That's your problem statement. We got our deliverables. We know what you have to make. How do we ensure that we are on track? Highlight deliverables that meet expectations and those needing improvement. I don't see how this is going to solve the core problem, though, guys. We want to ensure smooth implementation. Highlight deliverables that meet expectations and those needing improvement. Kind of strange, but let's leave it for now. Present KPIs and metrics. Oh, okay, that's good. When we know what we're going to build, when we can quantify something, then we know we're on the right track. Okay, so let's say, for example, we want to reduce the hospital wait times by 2 hours. Totally different project. But because we stipulated that metric of 2 hours, we know if we're on track to achieving that or not. That's our deliverable. And because we've quantified it, my apologies, we know if we're on track to achieving it or not. Guys, these questions are making me so tired. Make sure you give this video a thumbs up and a subscribe, please. I'm falling asleep right now trying to solve these problems. But okay, B for now. Discuss potential strategic shifts and gather executive feedback. No, we don't need that. Ensure smooth implementation of the product deliverables. That's going to be the most important part. And B for now answers that. Share specialized reports created per the project sponsor's request. Now that doesn't solve anything for that matter. So I'm still going to go with B. B is a good answer. And let's move on. A software company is developing a cloud-based application, and the PM is acting as the Scrum Master for the development team. During the daily stand-up, some developers raised concerns about workplace distractions, slow hardware, and limited meeting room availability, affecting productivity. What should the PM do? Okay. So the first piece of information actually in the first part of the question is very important. The project manager is acting as the Scrum Master. Now, what's the Scrum Master's role? The Scrum Master's role is to facilitate the removal of impediments. If your team is facing some sort of impediments like workplace distractions, slow hardware, whatever it may be, it's your job as a Scrum Master to remove these things, or at least facilitate the removal of these things. During the daily stand-up, some of the developers raise these concerns. What should the PM do? So what should the PM do? But in this context, it's what should the Scrum Master do? Recognize the issues and take steps to resolve them. All right, very good. Recognize the issues, take a step back, look at what they are, take steps to resolve them. Document the concerns and escalate them to the product owner. So the product owner is not responsible for them, and we do not escalate issues. Principle number 8. Okay. List the concerns and address them at a later time. Let's put this on pause for now. We'll come back to it. Assign tasks to stakeholders and monitor their resolution. So we can assign things to stakeholders, but we don't want to reduce their capacity. Okay, so you have to understand that in every single project, and by the way, this is principle number 23. By team member, you can take them as stakeholders. But you have to understand that in a project, every single individual has a role. You don't want to just hand out roles randomly throughout the project. Let's say in this case, people are they're getting distracted, there's slow hardware. You don't want to just take that and say, you know what, you're responsible for it. Mary, you're responsible for that. Jacob, you're responsible for that. You don't want to do that. You're going to reduce your team members or your stakeholders' capacity. They're already busy with their work. Okay, so we eliminate D, we eliminate B, we're left with A and C. C, you list the concerns and address them at a later time. A, recognize the issues and take steps to resolve them. Now, we are in the daily stand-up right now. The daily stand-up meaning that it's a short 15 minutes. You cannot actually solve issues at this meeting. It's not enough time. However, you take steps to resolve them, right? This could be telling your team members, don't worry, I've noted it down. I'm going to take care of it. You take these steps. You're not solving anything. You take these steps. So A is a more complete answer in comparison with C. I'm going to go with A. Question 57. A financial services firm is launching a new risk management platform, and after finalizing the budget in the initiation phase, it is sent for approval. During the review, a key stakeholder questions how the budget accounts for future financial uncertainties. So I think we came across this problem. I'm not quite sure. I've solved too many problems, so I don't know. It might be something that we've solved before. But the core problem statement here is what? The core problem statement is that we finalize the budget, and one of the stakeholders now asks, how does the budget account for future financial uncertainties? We finalize the budget, someone's asking, how does it account for future uncertainties? What should the project manager reply with? Regular team meetings are scheduled to monitor and adjust the budget as needed. This doesn't contradict any of our principles, but there's a flaw in the logic, right? There's a flaw in the logic. Let's jump back to it a little bit later. A probabilistic analysis was conducted to anticipate and mitigate future financial risks, right? Like Monte Carlo, for example. If you see Monte Carlo, think of it as a tool that takes probabilistic analysis into account. Historical project data was analyzed to estimate the budget and account for uncertainties. Okay, we can. The question doesn't mention a past project that was similar to this one was completed, but it's still general. Historical project data was analyzed. It's not accurate though, because what happens in the past does not mean the same is going to happen in the future. All right, like for example, COVID, or these tariffs that are happening all across the world. If you're watching this video in 2025, these things did not happen in the past, or most probably did not happen in the past, but they're happening right now. So how do we consider that? Anyways, stakeholder feedback will be reviewed in each board meeting to refine budget allocations. So stakeholder feedback, there's another flaw in this logic over here. Okay, so what's wrong with A&D? A&D does not look at the future. A&D says, you know what, we're going to proceed and we're going to monitor things from time to time, but we are concerned about the future financial uncertainties. Let's say this project has a timeline of 5 years. We want to know we want to anticipate what's going to happen in 3 years from now, in 4 years from now, in 5 years from now. Saying to the stakeholder that regular team meetings are scheduled does not answer the crux of this problem. So because it does not answer the core problem, A and D are gone. We eliminate them. That's one of our rules that we follow. All right. We're left with B and C. A probabilistic analysis is going to be the best. It's going to be the best thing. We look at historical data. We look at what's happening now. We look at the future, and we calculate its probability of this occurring. Okay. This accounts for everything. It's not just historical data. It's everything. On your exam, you might see it as Monte Carlo. So just know what that is. It's an important term to understand. You don't have to know how to calculate it. I think it's impossible. I mean, extremely, extremely long and difficult by hand. And it depends on the situation that you're given. But just know that it is used for probabilistic analysis. A retail technology company is launching a new e-commerce platform to expand digital sales. The company aims to release the platform quickly to assess market demand as part of a broader digital transformation strategy to enhance customer engagement. Which delivery approach should the project manager recommend? You are going to get maybe about a couple of questions like this. They give you a situation, they ask you, what is the project approach? When there is uncertainty, when you are testing something, it is going to be agile. All right. An agile approach with well-defined user stories for flexibility and quick iterations. So we can eliminate structured waterfall. That's gone. We can eliminate a predictive model with strict acceptance for controlled environment development. So predictive, we don't want. Okay. They're trying to play around with the words a little bit. Waterfall, predictive in the same category. So B and C are gone. We are left with an agile approach with well-defined user stories, or an agile framework with broad epics to allow incremental feature expansion. If you don't know what an epic is, you could easily search it up. But let's talk about this a little bit. If you're beginning your project and you want to assess market demand, you want to see what customers want, are you going to have a very broad idea and then allow your customers to narrow that idea down through their feedback? Or are you going to want to have a very strict and a very well-defined user story and then allow customers to give you feedback and then define it? You want to have D. You want to have a broad idea of what you're getting yourself into and then allow your customers to guide you accordingly. That's the whole idea of an agile project. Right? A lot of students, they would pick A because they might see well-defined. Oh, wow, well-defined is really good. No, this goes against what Agile is. Agile thrives on customer feedback. We need to consider that. So the best answer here is going to be D. Yeah, and let's move on. All right, 59. So a healthcare technology company is rolling out a new patient management system with on-site staff training as part of the project scope. However, an unexpected work from home mandate has disrupted the training plans. Okay. So, everyone gets the call now. They got to work from home. I don't know about you guys, but that would be amazing, right? You're coming to the office every single day, you're commuting, and then all of a sudden you guys can work from home. But this disrupted some training plans. What should we do? Convert in-person training sessions into virtual workshops. Okay, that's not a bad solution. That's great. I mean, that's probably what we're going to have to do. There is a problem, though. Let's say on-site staff training as a part of the project scope. Okay, so they don't specify if it's mandatory that it has to take place on site. Anyways, let's see what else there is. Identify risks and assign mitigation strategies. Well, I wouldn't classify this as a risk right now. Yes, it is a part of the project scope, but and it has disrupted the training plans, but there's no strong indication that it's going to derail the project. Let's just see what else there is. Identifying is also taking a step back, principle number 1, so it can be a solution. Cancel all planned training sessions indefinitely. We don't want to do that. It's a part of the project scope, and that is definitely going to derail the project. It's most probably going to cause a delay. As well, principle number 2. Okay. Log the issue and propose alternative solutions. Oh, okay, this is a good solution. You're taking a step back. You're logging the issue. And propose alternative solutions. Okay, I see where this is going now. Now, in this question, we're going to have to explain an important distinction between a risk and an issue. This issue, or this risk, it is actually a risk, but it has occurred, meaning it has materialized. It is something that is happening at the moment. And because it is happening at the moment, it becomes an issue. A risk is a possibility of something happening. An issue is when something has happened, right? Or something is happening in the moment, actually. So because of that, we're going to log it as an issue and propose alternative solutions, okay? Right. So I didn't really see this problem as a risk, but I guess, from the context or from the answers, it can be identified as a risk before the situation even occurred. But because it has happened, or because it's happening, then we're going to log it as an issue. Just remember that, okay? Remember that the difference between a risk is the chances of a hurricane hitting your town. The issue is you wake up one day and the hurricane is there at your doorstep, right? That's what an issue is. Question 60. A global engineering firm is implementing a new communication strategy to improve collaboration across specialized teams from multiple departments. Since projects rely on expert knowledge sharing, ensuring clear and effective communication is crucial. That's your problem statement right there. When I ask you, what the problem statement is, it's not the fact that we're at a global engineering firm. We need to know how to ensure clear and effective communication. We need to validate that we're doing this. How do we do it? How do we go about doing it? Or how do we enhance it? Convey information in a clear and easily digestible format. Okay. Prioritize the audience needs over the content itself. All right. Use highly technical language and avoid simplifications. Well, if you use highly technical language, then you're going to lose a lot of people, right? Confirm that all messages reach their intended recipients. That's fine. We can do that. However, what about the nature of the message you're sending? It has to make sense. It has to be coherent. So we're left with A and we're left with B. Convey the information in a clear and easily digestible format. Prioritize the audience's needs over the content itself. Well, we can do that. We can prioritize the audience's needs. We can segment communication. But sometimes the content itself needs to be known by everyone, right? I'm going to go with A. Convey information in a clear and easily digestible format. So over here, if you read the question carefully, a new communication strategy is to improve collaboration across specialized teams from multiple departments. So we're going to involve multiple departments. We need to accommodate every single of these departments. And because of that, we want to convey information in a very clear and easily digestible format. So the answer here is going to be A. In my opinion, you might have a different answer, and I encourage you to make a discussion in the comments below, right? But in this context, A is going to be a good answer. Now you'll see in your on your exam, you'll see some questions say we should segment our communication strategy depending on the audience. So because you have multiple departments, multiple audiences, you want to segment your communication. So audience A, or let's say the operations department, will get only these pieces of information. The digital marketing department will get only these pieces of information. However, because we are in a cross-functional project that's involving specialized teams from multiple departments, we want to keep it as general as possible and keep it as clear as possible, and not just segment things as B does. Okay. All right, awesome. A global financial services company is rolling out a new digital workflow system across its departments in phases. As part of the initial launch, the PM has scheduled a pilot demonstration for selected business units. A manager from a later phase department requests to attend the upcoming sprint review. All right, what should we do? So the problem statement in my head is basically, we're inviting stakeholders to our sprint review. But there's a stakeholder that wants to attend the upcoming sprint review, but he or she is scheduled for a later one. What should we do? Refer the manager's request to the project sponsor for approval. No need. The situation does not involve the sponsor whatsoever. No need to escalate it or even bring the project sponsor in the situation, right? Principle number 8 will eliminate A. Ask the manager to obtain authorization from the product owner. No need as well, right? We're phrasing it in a different way. We're asking the manager, but technically still escalating. We don't need to involve the product owner. It's not his or her responsibility. B is gone. Allow the manager to join the scheduled sprint review session. Okay. Arrange a separate demo specifically for the requested manager. The answer is going to be C. There's nothing wrong with having stakeholders, even if they're scheduled at another date, to join this the upcoming sprint review. That's what the sprint review is for. A separate demo for one request or for one manager can be inefficient. Remember that in an agile project, we are very, very tight on time, on resources, for any project for that matter. So C is going to be the better answer. A software development company is racing to meet its product launch deadlines, with the performance-based bonus promised by the executive team. However, unexpected technical issues and poor cross-team coordination have caused errors and delays. With tensions rising and leadership growing concern, the project manager must take action. What should the PM do? All right, so people are rushing, or your team is rushing, and there's basically resulted in poor team coordination and has caused errors and delays. So a whole bunch of problems have become apparent. What should the PM do? Plan a team building exercise to improve morale and collaboration. All right, okay, fine. Facilitate a discussion to explore solutions for meeting project goals. Taking a step back. All right, let's continue. Conduct a meeting to reinforce team expectations and best practices. All right. Request leadership to increase incentives for top performing members. Okay, so that's not going to be the answer. Your team is not even meeting the performance-based bonus. And not only that, the team is messing up, right? The team is rushing and there's a whole bunch of errors and delays. So D is out. But A, B, and C are all good options. Plan a team building exercise to improve morale and collaboration. There's only one thing here, though. Facilitate discussion to explore solutions for meeting project goals. B is the only one that follows principle number 1. Or even C as well. But if you facilitate a discussion to explore solutions for meeting project goals, you're keeping it as general as possible. You're allowing your team to come up with the solutions. Your team members are the experts. They will know more than you on what they're messing up on, what's going wrong, what they can do better. C, on the other hand, conduct a meeting to reinforce team expectations. You're already deciding what the solution is. So here's the thing. Anytime you see principle number 1, and if you forgot what principle number 1 is, it's always taking a step back. By the way, if you want a copy of this little file over here with a whole bunch of resources and with the simulator link, click on the description or check out the first comment. I'll pin it there. But Anytime you have principle number one as a solution and the other ones are actions that can follow principle number one, like plan a team building exercise, that can be a solution after conducting B, then you want to choose principle number one. Okay, so this answer here, facilitate discussion to explore solutions for meeting project goals. That's what you want to do as a project manager. Remember that as a project manager has very limited knowledge on what's actually going on with the team, meaning what they're building. The project manager is overseeing it, but he or she is not building the project up physically. Okay, you can think of this. A perfect example is a house. Who's building the house? The construction workers, the painters, the gardeners for the backyard, whatever it may be. The project manager is not there. He or she is checking up on the team, seeing if the plans are being met. So you want to get the team involved. All right. 63. A financial technology company is launching a new digital payment system with a strict deadline. As the first of 6 development cycles begins, the team lacks key technical expertise to execute the project successfully. Okay. So the problem statement here is the team lacks key technical expertise. We don't have the knowledge. Let the team move forward despite the skills gap? No. And how are they going to move forward if they don't know what to do? Bring a SME for guidance. Okay, we'll talk about this. Engage stakeholders to create a risk mitigation plan. I mean, risk mitigation plan is something that we want to avoid entirely unless we have to. We have no choice. Is there a solution that we can recommend before even talking about risks? Personally, take on missing technical responsibilities? No. Why? Because we're reducing the capacity of, in this case, the PM ourselves. We don't want to do that. Okay, so D is gone because of principle number 23 over here. But B will be principle number, I kind of forgot. Let me just search it up right now. SME. Yeah, number 14. When you or your team have no idea what's going on, a SME is what you need. In this case, the team does not know. The team lacks the technical expertise, so we need an SME. In this case, it's okay to invest in an SME. It's going to push the project forward. All right. A healthcare technology company is in the final stages of developing a new patient management system. During a daily stand-up in the 6th of 7 iterations, a team member reports that a critical feature will take longer than expected to complete. So again, everything prior to the last part of the problem or the situation is not important. It can be the 5th out of 7 iteration or the 2nd out of 7 iterations. The same thing will apply. The team member says that a critical feature will take longer than expected, meaning that there is a possibility that there will be a delay. Log the issue and escalate it to the project sponsor. No, we don't want to escalate things. And technically speaking, if you look at the technicalities, it is not an issue at this moment. We have to validate it. Our team says that it will take longer than expected. Hey, I know you're saying that, but did we do everything in our capacity to address this? Request an extension to meet the original scope. So we never want to settle for delays right away. If we request an extension, as a result, our project will be delayed. Principle number 2, eliminate. Collaborate with the team to explore possible solutions. I like this. Principle number 1, take a step back. Ask your team what we can do. Seek additional resources to boost team capacity. We don't want to do this right now. This is B as well. We don't want to spend money right away. And remember our principle. Anytime you see principle number 1 as an option, and all the other solutions are things that can follow principle number 1, you want to choose the principle number 1 option. 65. A financial services company is developing a new risk management software, and the project has just completed its initiation phase. The steering committee approved the technical design, but it was later discovered that it would negatively impact the company's live trading system. To avoid disruptions, a new design must be created, potentially causing a 3-month delay. The problem statement is at the end. There's a potential chance there will be a delay. That is it. That is what you have to keep in the back of your minds. And because the problem mentions the steering committee, having an answer that also includes the steering committee is fine. It's fine because the situation involves these particular stakeholders. What should the project manager do? First, record the design issue as a project risk and assess its impact. Yeah, I guess so. It could potentially cause a 3-month delay. You can issue it as a project risk and assess its impact. You can do that. Organize a steering committee meeting to address the delay. Right, to address the situation at hand. So the steering committee approved this, but we know it's going to cause a 3-month delay. Now, the best people to speak to about this is what? The steering committee. So that's a good solution too. Proceed with the approved design to maintain the project timeline. Well, not necessarily, because we're number one, we're ignoring the situation at hand. We're not addressing it. And if you read this question, so the new design is going to create this 3-month delay, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to go anytime. We don't want to settle for a delay, no matter what. Seek approval from the steering committee for a revised design. Okay, though this is something that can follow. B, when we organize a steering committee meeting to address the delay, they can say, you know what, you're right. Let's redesign this whole thing. So we're left with B and A as 2 candidates. The best one's going to be B in my opinion. I'll tell you this, I've seen this pattern as well, and I might put this as a principle. But anytime a question, I'll note this down, it's very powerful. A question mentions a particular group of people, the steering committee, let's say, I don't know, your client. Even if the question explicitly mentions the sponsor, and then you have an answer that mentions that exact stakeholder or that exact group of stakeholders. I've seen it all the time. That's the answer. That's the answer. Obviously read and make sure it makes sense, but that's the answer. You'll see the opposite a lot of times. You'll see that the question does not mention a particular stakeholder, but the answer mentions it. Don't eliminate that right away. It can still involve them in some capacity. But we've seen, even in the simulator, that a lot of the times it's a no. That's out of the picture. But if the question, again, mentions a particular stakeholder, like the steering committee, and the answer mentions the exact same stakeholder, it's a strong indication that's the answer, guys. All right, it's a little hack for you. All right, 65. What did we say again? It was B, right? Yeah. All right, 66. A pharmaceutical company is developing a new drug compliance tracking system, and the project team consists of members with varying levels of expertise, ranging from seasoned professionals to those with less than a year of experience. The steering committee has approved the project schedule, but differences in skill levels may affect execution. Okay, what should the project manager do? So the steering committee is now concerned that, you know what, because there's such a gap in such varying levels of expertise, it's going to affect execution. So if you look, for example, let's say you have all the weak team members, or not weak, but inexperienced team members grouped together, they're not going to be able to execute as effectively as the senior ones. What should the project manager do? Instruct less experienced members to follow the exact guidance of senior team members. No, right? We want to avoid micromanaging, but let's just leave it for now. Let's see what else there is. Assign each experienced team member as a mentor to a less experienced colleague. Technically, this contradicts our principle 23, which is we don't want to group people together because it will waste time. But let's discuss this a little bit more. Requires senior team members to review and validate all work completed by junior members. I mean, technically speaking, that will also reduce the capacity, right? We're giving the senior team members more work to do. Request the resources manage to replace junior members with more experience. Okay, so we can't replace our team members. We can't just fire people and replace them. That's actually against principle number 3. Why? Because it creates friction within the team, right? It creates this very unfortunate, hostile workplace environment that, you know, just because you're inexperienced, you're fired, which happens a lot, but it is what it is. So D is gone. C is gone, or C, let's just leave it for now. So this is really interesting, because the only viable solution that I see is B, assign each experienced team member as a mentor to a less experienced colleague. Now, technically speaking, you're probably wondering, okay, Mohammed, doesn't this contradict principle number 23? If we go back to 23, never give a team member an extra task. This includes grouping them with other team members to train. Now, this is not, in a sense, training them. This is kind of just being there to touch base with them, just like a normal team does. We're not reducing anyone's capacity necessarily, as much as, for example, C would reduce it, as much as A might reduce it. B is more in line with servant leadership as well. We want our team members to grow and become leaders, and being a mentor to a less experienced colleague is that. Okay. I want to give you guys a quick disclaimer, because I have a lot of students reaching out to me saying that, hey, Mohammed, like, I tried your principles in these answers, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And I look at the answer, and it's so obvious to me what the answer is. A lot of the time is common sense. Use the principles, they're powerful, but also use your judgment as well. Remember, the principles are part of, they're a piece of the puzzle. We have the 3 steps we always follow. So use the 3 steps and ask yourself genuinely at the end, does this solve the problem or does it not? Okay. So B here, I'm going to choose that as the answer. 67. A construction company is launching a smart building project requiring specialized machinery to be delivered before any work can commence. The procurement department's lengthy approval process may cause delays. Okay, that's our problem statement. There's a potential chance that our project might be delayed. That's it. We don't need to know this is a construction project. We don't need to know that we're building a smart building project. What should the project manager do? Request a sponsor to fast-track vendor selection. Okay. I mean, situation doesn't involve the sponsor. We should be the one to recommend this or request the fast-track vendor selection, but it's not something we want to do right away. Right? And this is not something that you'll see on the PMP, because fast-track is technically a technical term. It's one of our scheduling compression techniques. So the PMP is not going to say request a sponsor to fast track vendor selection. They're not going to say that, right? Just to give you guys a heads up. When you see fast track in a solution, it is most probably the answer, because fast track does not come in any other situation besides a scheduling compression situation. Those are very specific terms. Engage the vendor from previous project for quicker procurement. Well, does the question mention that there's a vendor for a previous project? I guess it's just general, right? So technically we can, but let's move on. Utilize available equipment temporarily and replace it later. Collaborate with procurement to explore alternatives. That's a beautiful answer. I was actually looking for that, because the solutions here are so specific that I'm thinking to myself while I'm reading this, there has to be principle number 1 coming about in one of these options. So D is going to be the best answer here. And all the other solutions, or any other solution out there in the world, can follow as a result of doing D. 68. A government agency is formulating a nationwide digital infrastructure policy. led by a renowned international economist. Project team is highly motivated, but feels intimidated by the project manager's expertise. A junior economist already falling behind schedule appears especially affected by the situation. What should the project manager do first? All right, so you have this junior economist, or the team in general. They feel they feel intimidated because of the PM's expertise. What should you do? Monitor the junior economist performance over the next few months. All right, so we're restricting the question or the problem around this junior economist. Request a more experienced economist to replace the junior member. We don't want to replace our team members. That's not what a leader should do just because they're inexperienced or they're struggling. B is gone. Arrange paired working session between junior and senior economists. Okay. Redistribute some of the junior economist workload to others. Well, we could do that, but we're going to increase the capacity of other team members. So the answer is clearly going to be C. Now I gotta probably adjust this principle over here. Never give your team member an extra task that will reduce their capacity. We can keep that. I'm going to remove this over here. This includes grouping them with other team members to train. And I think there's a little bit of confusion here. So paired, in this case, paired working sessions does not mean that the senior or someone who's more experienced is training the person. No, they're collaborating, they're working together, they're solving things together, right? They're working as a team. So when it comes to this principle over here, what I mean by this is not collaboration. This means that the senior team member is going to spend his or her time instead of doing his or her work to train this person. When in reality, this over here is that they're working on the actual project. They're just collaborating. So the senior is able to help the junior and the junior is able to learn as well, but they're both pushing the project forward. Okay, so that's the distinction. I know it's very subtle, but that's the distinction. Okay, so just note that in terms of this over here. All right. Okay, 69. A government agency is formulating a nationwide digital. We just did this question. I just repeated. Okay, we get a bonus one. Unless we're completely wrong, then we lose 2 questions, right? All right, awesome. Let me just check this. Let me just check it again one more time. Yeah, I think it's the same question. Okay, that's good. Okay. A financial technology company, a lot of financial technology companies in these questions, is shifting to an agile development project. And a newly formed team is working on a high priority software project. The project is struggling because team velocity fluctuates significantly and each sprint delivers less than committed. To address these challenges, a technically skilled project lead has been assigned to oversee the team. So what's the problem here? There's a lot of technical terms here. All right. So you have team velocity. What's team velocity? For an agile project, team velocity is literally think of how fast your team can move. Or in other words, how fast or how much of the sprint they can actually complete. Think about velocity. Okay, you're going far, you're speeding up. How much work can your team complete in that sprint? So we have this team velocity that we've stipulated, that we have estimated, and each sprint delivers less than committed. So what should we do? Require that only senior developers provide task estimation. So remember what I told you guys about only. If there is a word that restricts the options, versus principle. So if you have a word like only or immediately, here we go. Number 21. Only or immediately, where you're restricting things, where you're doing things right away without considering anything, you want to eliminate that option. Dedicate more time to estimation during sprint planning. Well, does the question tell us that, we didn't spend that much time? It doesn't, right? It says that we figured out our team velocity. We looked at the sprint and whatever it may be. It's not, right? This is not the issue here. Adjust and refine estimations during daily stand-up meetings. Adjust and refine is good. During the daily stand-up, no, that's not the place that we want to do this. Daily stand-up, again, very short, very concise. We won't have time. Propose a different estimation approach in the sprint retrospective. Very good. Sprint retrospective, why? Because we don't want to mess around with the sprint that we're currently doing. We're currently in. We want to focus. So propose something different because clearly this didn't work out, and do it at the end of the sprint. Question 71. A construction company is facing delays in building the state-of-the-art Olympic sports facility. A high-profile project with strict deadlines and severe financial penalties for late delivery. The newly assigned PM discovers that the previous manager had frequent conflicts with both the project team and key stakeholders, further complicating the situation. What should the PM do first? Okay, so the previous manager had conflicts with the team. What should we do? Remember, we need to rectify the situation. We need to do something that will fix this before moving forward. So analyze the project timeline and request additional contingency funds to accelerate work. Well, this doesn't solve the core issue. It doesn't even address it. We are concerned about the conflicts with the with the team and the key stakeholders. So A is gone. Engage with the project team and stakeholders to uncover root causes and develop solutions. I like this. Engage, you're taking the step back, right? Principle number 1. You're also using the root cause analysis, which is one of the tools the PMP likes to use a lot. So uncovering root causes, this is the root cause analysis. Privately review the lessons learned with the former project manager to understand past challenges. Okay, this could be an issue. This could be a solution. Take immediate control of the team, reassign tasks, and enforce strict deadlines for completion. This sounds harsh. It doesn't sound like something a servant leader should do, which is our principle number 3. We want to remove this. Privately review the lessons learned with the former project manager to understand past challenges. Well, the good thing will be to actually engage with the team, right? To engage with the team. So a newly assigned project manager discovers that the previous manager had frequent conflicts. We don't know if this person is still around, but we want to engage with the team. Why? Because the team members actually know more than anyone else. Team members will know more. They're the people that you have to immediately deal with because they're in this situation right now. Okay, so I would go with B, engage with the project team. Next. Question 72. A software development company has a project team that has collaborated for 2 years on a large-scale enterprise solution. One team member has consistently exceeded expectations, delivering exceptional results and contributing significantly to the project's success. How should the project manager recognize high performance? So this is really good. When you have a team member that exceeds expectations, does all the work, and beyond that does extra, does more, you want to recognize this team member's efforts. So how should the PM do this? Privately thank the team member to maintain team harmony. Okay. I mean, you thank someone. It's not really awarding someone with something. Publicly acknowledge the individual's contributions in the next team meeting. Okay. Select a personalized reward that aligns with the team member's career aspirations. Now, this is more solid. Request a sponsor approval for a financial bonus to reward outstanding performance. Now, I think everyone would like D, right? Everyone would go for D. If you're the team member, but if you're the project manager, we know we can't do this. We can't just give money away. This is something that we don't want to do. Principle number 2 over here. We don't want to increase the project budget. But think about this. If you were in this situation, and let's say D is not an option, if you're the actual team member, which one would you prefer? You want people to publicly, you want the PM to publicly acknowledge, you want something tangible, right? Select a personalized reward. Now, obviously the PM can't give or the company can't give its employees, let's say, for example, a new iPad or a trip to the Bahamas. It has to be related to one's career aspiration. So they can maybe pay for your PMP exam, right? So this is a not really a question that involves the principles that much, but it's a question that it's not that difficult to pick out on, right? C is going to be the answer in this case. Let's move on. 73. In a financial technology company, a top performing developer raises concerns during a monthly sprint review, stating that the current quality feedback system is ineffective, impacting their ability to produce high quality work. What should the PM do first? All right, so our feedback system, probably from customer feedback, is ineffective. And because of that, we can't produce high quality work. What should we do? Allocate tasks based on each team member's expertise. Well, this doesn't address the core problem. We never mentioned in the question that the tasks are not allocated properly or whatnot. Gather stakeholder feedback on the delivered product quality. Fine. I mean, it should be the customer. The customer provides feedback, but we're not concerned about the delivered product quality. We're concerned about the feedback system. And this is why it's so important to read and understand the problem statement. Consult the functional manager before reassigning tasks. So again, reassigning tasks is not going to solve the issue. Engage the team to analyze and improve the quality issues. Yes. Engage, take a step back. Principle number 1. The team, your team member are your experts. Okay. Principle number 7. And improve the quality process that answers the core problem. In a healthcare technology company operating under a functional structure, the PM learns that the service procurement tasks are delayed because the purchasing department is prioritizing other projects. What should the PM do? Okay, so purchasing department prioritizing other projects, and because of that, our project's procurement tasks are delayed. So there's a delay. What do we got to do? Adjust the project timeline to account for the procurement delays. Yes, you can do that. But note that the problem statement involves the purchasing department and the fact that they're prioritizing other projects. We need to address this issue. That's the main issue. Propose outsourcing procurement through an approved vendor. No, right? We don't want to spend extra money finding an approved vendor, outsourcing it. We don't want to waste time finding an approved vendor. Let's deal with this purchasing department that we have. Collaborate with the purchasing manager to resolve delays and set a timeline. Beautiful. Collaborate. You're taking a step back. You're going to discuss. You're going to engage the purchasing manager. You're going to resolve this issue. Instruct the team to focus on independent tasks while waiting for procurement. So C handles the situation head on. That's what we want to do. Question 75. A PM in a global financial services company is assigned to lead a newly formed remote team. To streamline collaboration, the manager implements previously successful tools, but some team members express dissatisfaction. Okay. Manager implements some tools, previously successful tools. So it doesn't mean that it's been successful or it has a chance of being successful in this project right now. Team is dissatisfied. What should the project manager have done? Oh, okay, here we go. So we're going back in the past, and this is a type of question that you might receive. I mean, you are going to receive on your exam. It's less common, but the question will state, what should the project manager have done? We're going back to the past now. The situation has already occurred. The problem has already occurred. What could we have done to avoid this situation? Sought approval from the sponsor to purchase the latest collaboration software. No, let's not go to the sponsor. This solution clearly doesn't involve the sponsor. It involves the project team. Make sure you find team members or something that addresses the team members' dissatisfaction in the answers. This exam, guys, again, I keep reiterating this. It's a reading exam. If you like reading or if you're good at reading, you'll be fine. Consult the team to assess their needs and select the most suitable tools together. Exactly. Consulted team, you engage the team, you discuss with the team. Your team members are the ones building the project up. So it makes sense for them to be involved in this process, and you take their needs into consideration. Allow the teams to independently choose their preferred collaboration tools. You want to engage the team. You want to consult with the team. You want to be involved in that process too. I remember this funny situation when I when I was working on a project, and if you allow your team to pick the tools for their project, they're going to go for the most expensive, fanciest tools out there, and just to have the tools at their disposal. You don't want to do that. You want to be involved too, to create some boundaries, some restraints. It's still an okay solution, but B is better. Assign the responsibility of the tool selection to the project's technical lead. Well, again, you want to involve the entire team, not just one member, the entire team. Your team members, like we said, they're the experts. They're building this project up. Consult with them, not just one team member, but every team member on your project team. 76. A technology consulting firm is undergoing organizational restructuring, resulting in several roles being eliminated. Although the project is progressing as planned, the team members feel frustrated and uncertain about the changes. What should the PM do? A lot of changes, team members feel uncertain and frustrated. What should the PM do? This is more of a people domain type question. All right. No fancy tools being implemented here. How do you deal with people? Instruct the team to stay focused on their tasks since the project timeline remains unchanged. Remember, A does not solve the core problem. What are we doing about our team members' frustration, their uncertainty? The answer needs to 100% address this concern. Hold a team meeting to explain the restructuring and its significance to the company's future. Okay. We said that the restructuring was the issue that's causing the frustration and uncertainty. We can hold a team meeting. That's discussing, that's taking a step back, guys. And we discuss the significance of the company's future through this restructuring. Emphasize that the decision was made by senior leadership and must be followed. Again, how does it address this problem? It doesn't. Escalate team dissatisfaction to the sponsor. We don't want to escalate things. We want to and request additional compensation. That's two principles being contradicted here. You got number 2 and you got number 8, right? That's gone. The best answer here is going to be B. 77. In a telecommunications company. Oh man, I've been reading so many questions. My mouth is just closing on me right now. So give this video a thumbs up, guys, and subscribe if you haven't done so. And share this channel with everyone. These videos take so much time and effort and energy to make. Hopefully it helps you get certified so that I know that you're benefiting from them. And if you do get certified, comment below. I love hearing about you guys getting certified. It shows that these videos are actually helping, which is awesome. So a network expansion project is in progress when a senior network engineer informs the PM that critical maintenance duties conflict with project commitments. Okay, there's a conflict. There's a conflict, or there's our schedule's being basically conflicted through what? The critical maintenance duties and the project commitments, right? So these two things are clashing. This tells us something very important, though, by the way, guys. This tells us what? That the project is what? The project is not completely project-based. The team is not completely project-based. The team has their functional duties as well. We're talking about a matrix organization. It's a hybrid between both. What should the PM do? So this is really critical. I think I know what the answer is going to lead us to. And we're going to explain it at the end, the significance of this and why you should watch out during your exam, right? Assign another available team member to handle the engineer's tasks. Well, it might not be possible, right? We got the senior network engineer and it might not be easily replaceable. Is there a better solution? Can we still work with this person? Always remember that when you replace someone, it takes time for the new person to catch up and to learn everything, which has caused delays, right? Coordinate with the functional manager to adjust the engineer's workload. Coordinate, I like that. Why do we involve the functional manager? You're saying, probably thinking, Mohammed, the functional manager though is not mentioned in the question. Why are we involving the functional manager? Yes, the functional manager is implicitly mentioned, or it's implied implicitly that the functional manager is involved because we're dealing with the matrix organization. Consult the project management office for alternative solutions, resources. Again, it's the same issue with A. So we don't want to replace the senior network engineer. He or she has started with us. We want to just have this person finish what he or she needs to do for our project instead of getting someone new and training them and getting them caught up to speed. Advise the engineer to prioritize project tasks over maintenance work. So we can't do that either, right? If he has critical or she has critical maintenance duties with project commitments, we need to make sure that there's this balance. So this is going to be a good solution over here. It's also principle number 1 in action. 78. In a pharmaceutical company, a drug development project is in progress when the project manager notices during a progress review that a previously high-performing researcher has missed critical deadlines. Okay, what should the project manager do? So you have this researcher, and this researcher is high-performing. And this researcher has missed some deadlines. So there's something off. What should we do? Speak with the researcher to understand the reasons for the performance decline. I think that's the answer. Principle number 1. Anytime, guys, there's a performance issue, you want to speak to the person, especially in private, not amongst the team members. You don't want to expose the person, but you want to speak with the person and understand what's going on. Discuss the issue with the researcher and consult an HR representative. Nope. We can remove that part. First part is fine. This part is not good. We don't want to escalate. Even if it's a performance issue, we don't want to, at this point, especially, we know that this person is high performing. Contact the researcher's department head to arrange additional training. Well, we never mentioned that it's a training problem, so this doesn't address the core problem. Ask the project lead to assign the researcher to a less complex task. No, let's find out what's going on. A, take a step back, guys, understand what's going on so we can make a sound decision. 79. During the construction of a new corporate office building, a local business owner complains that the building's height exceeds zoning regulations compared to the initial project plans. What should the project manager do first? Okay, so someone's complaining that, our project exceeds some regulations. So we're not abiding by the regulations. What should we do? So this local business owner is actually a stakeholder. He or she is not directly influencing the project, but has an indirect influence on the project. Anyone who has a direct or indirect influence on the project is a stakeholder. What should the PM do first? And that's one of our principles, right? Let me just write stakeholder. See if I can find it. Yeah, number 9. Everyone directly or indirectly involved is a stakeholder. By the way, guys, if you don't know what these principles are, they're basically points that summarize how you should act as a project manager. They summarize the PMBOK guide, basically. And do they cover everything? Every single detail? No, of course not. There are some things that might not be addressed. So just take note of that. That's why we have the 3 steps, right? Framing the problem, eliminating the ones that don't answer that don't solve the question, and contradict our principles, and choosing the best one. So just be cautious of that. Okay, so what should we do? Ask the business owner to leave the restricted construction site immediately. I mean, that's what most of us would do, right? They get don't bother us. But it doesn't address the core problem, because the business owner might be right? And we don't want to break any laws. Explain that the project has obtained all necessary permits and approvals. I mean, fine. Number 1, we don't mention that in the question. Number 2, the business owner still might be in the right. We don't know. How many people have permits and all the necessary documentation but still don't abide by the law? Many of them, right? Inform the business owner that their concern will be escalated to senior management. Well, again, we don't want to escalate things, and it's not going to solve the core problem. Request the business owner to submit a formal complaint for further evaluation. Right? What complaint? You have this complaint, okay? Submit it. We're going to evaluate it. Now, this is not really a change request. It kind of falls in line with it, meaning that it will be assessed, and if things are not in line with what this business owner is saying, then we will implement the change. But think about the wisdom, or not the wisdom, but think about the strategy behind asking the business owner to submit a formal complaint. Think about it. You guys could actually use this in your workplace. When you ask someone to do that, 80% of the time they won't do it. Either they're busy, they're lazy, they don't want to. They're not going to go out of their way to submit a formal complaint. Now, does that mean as a project manager we should still not assess the situation? No, we should still assess the situation. But it's a good way to kind of mitigate the situation. Now, this is not a PMP principle or whatnot. This is just this is how I see it, and I think it's an excellent way, right, to kind of get across and run away from the situation. Anyways, but the best answer here is going to be D, right? It's more in line with the change request process, but it allows us to evaluate what is actually going on. Question 80. In a technology consulting firm, as the project concludes, the project manager must assess the team's performance for final evaluation. What should be the primary basis? Okay, so we need to evaluate our team members. What should we do to evaluate them? What should we use to evaluate them? Insights provided by the project sponsor. That's probably the last person you want to speak to. So that's going to be a no. Predefined key performance indicators. Yes, that's a good point. Your KPIs were stipulated in the beginning. Everyone came together to give their input. This was basically what was agreed upon. So we want to do this, right? Feedback gathered from project stakeholders. Yes, but B is going to be stronger. B literally tells you, have you achieved what we needed done? Skill levels demonstrated by team members. No. Okay, so B is going to be the best answer here. Not really a principles types question, but always remember that your KPIs are essential when measuring progress or when measuring success.
In a healthcare technology firm, a project team encounters multiple roadblocks during their sprint review. Developers request assistance in prioritizing blockers, while unresolved backlog items remain. A junior tester has reported compliance risks, key team members are set to depart, and the contract with the third-party testing and support provider is expiring soon. Okay, what should the project lead focus on first? A whole bunch of problems. Right now we have compliance risks, key team members are set to depart, and the contract with the third-party testing and support provider is expiring soon. What should we do first? What should we prioritize? So negotiating a new contract for external testing and support. Okay, so this one addresses the third-party testing problem over here. Assigning a new product owner to manage the product backlog. Is this a part of the problem? It's not, right? It doesn't address the core problem. The core problem are three things: compliance risks, so legal issues, key team members are set to depart, and the contract with the third-party testing is about to expire. So B is gone by default because it doesn't address one of the core problems. Resolving the regulatory compliance risks identified. Okay, this is one of the problems.
Hiring and onboarding replacement developers. All right, that's cool. That's one of the problems as well. Okay. Now, no matter what, and take note of this, this is really important. No matter what, the number one priority that any company should have is making sure that what you are doing is compliant with, in this case, let's assume the government. It's compliant with the laws of your state, your country, whatever it may be. Because if it's not, then that's going to be a major problem. You're going to have to deal with legal. You're going to have fees. You're going to have this and that and the third. You're going to have penalties. Your project might be canceled, right? Everything else is secondary. Key team members, you can find members. You can find people. You can find, you can find members within the organization, outside, whatever it may be. Contract with a third party. You can renew the contract. You can find another third party testing provider. But when it comes to the law, don't mess around with the law. Very important. Okay. So that's a little quick hack for you. Resolve legal issues as soon as possible, ASAP. Don't let those things linger. Okay. That's going to be the answer for 81. All right, awesome. In a financial services company, a project team is conducting a post-launch review of a new investment platform. Detailed feedback from 7 key stakeholders is required to assess system performance and user experience. 6 stakeholders have provided their input, but 1 remains unresponsive. All right. So the situation here, the core problem statement here is that there's 1 stakeholder that is not providing their feedback. What should we do? Arrange a one-on-one meeting with the non-responsive stakeholder to gather the feedback. Okay. Convene a meeting with all stakeholders that emphasize the importance of their insights. Now, this is good, but why are we involving all the stakeholders who have already provided their feedback? That's wasting their time, right? We don't want to do that. Inform the project sponsor, so we don't want to involve the sponsor. This situation clearly doesn't involve the sponsor, so why inform the sponsor? Organize a joint session with the stakeholder and the project team to address the concerns. Now, this is something that you don't want to do, right? So if you look at principle number 3 over here, never expose your team members' faults. Now, in this context, this is a fault. This team member was told, was asked, was requested, provide this information, and he or she did not do so. It is something that can be considered as a performance issue. We don't want to expose this team member. That's going to make them look bad in front of their peers. We simply want to just arrange a one-on-one meeting. All right, remember that one-on-one meeting with your stakeholders should be done when there's a performance issue, when there's a conflict between this person and maybe another person. You want to keep these things private. Okay? So that's going to be the answer there. All right, question number 83. In a global software company, the design team is finalizing a system architecture while an overseas development team is preparing for implementation. Okay. How should the PM communicate the design to the implementation team? So this team, what's really important is this team is overseas. So co-location, knocking on their office door is not going to be feasible. So what should we do? A, share a detailed email containing the finalized design document. Okay, not bad. Organize a collaborative workshop with all key stakeholders. Facilitate a joint session between the design and development teams. Upload the design files to a shared project repository for access. Okay, now here's the thing, guys. Note this down in your notebooks or your computer notes as well. When there is important information that you need to make sure your team gets, you don't want to just send off an email or upload a document. You want to make sure that this team or the specific person gets that information. You want to give them that information. You want to set up some sort of meeting, some sort of interaction to make sure that they do receive that. Okay, think about it. Think about if you are a project manager, you're working in a company, you need to deliver this piece of information. Would you feel comfortable in sending an email and hoping that they open that email? Or would you feel more comfortable in going to them and making sure that maybe you set up an online meeting, making sure that information is delivered? The second, right? So in this case, you have a global software company. The design team is finalizing a system architecture while the development team is preparing for implementation. You want to do B, you want to do C, facilitate a joint session between the design and development teams. Organize a collaborative workshop with all key stakeholders. Why? Why all key stakeholders? When this situation clearly involves the development team and the design team. And remember what I said, if the PMP goes about mentioning specific people, like in this case, the design team and the development team, you want to look for the answer that mentions these people as well, right? So you have these two things over here, design and development team, all right? So C is going to be the best answer in this case. You don't want to do D and A. They are good answers, but they don't ensure that that information reaches the respective people that it needs to reach. That's the main key over here, okay? All right. 84, a telecommunications company seeking out urgent funding approval for a project that will introduce 5G infrastructure to improve network performance. The experienced Scrum team has successfully delivered multiple projects together for over 3 years, with their last initiative completed under budget. The company needs a reliable estimation technique to support the funding request. Okay. What estimation technique should the project manager implement in this context? All right, so the question is very simple. What's a reliable estimation technique that we should implement? All right. And the key here, guys, is what? The key here is the experienced Scrum team has successfully delivered multiple projects together for over 3 years with their last initiative under budget. We can use that historical data to help us estimate. Okay. Estimation is about using references. So which estimation technique should the project manager implement? Approximate budget projection, detailed cost estimation, agile story point evaluation, rough order of magnitude assessment. Okay, so the best answer here is going to be rough order of magnitude estimate. This is simply a terminology type question. You just have to know the different estimation techniques. There's nothing fancy about it. There's no principles being applied here. Detailed cost estimation goes against what estimation actually is. Estimations are not detailed, right? They're a rough idea of what is about to happen or what we can anticipate. Okay, so that's what we want to do. Just know your terminologies for the exam. You're not going to get that many of these types of questions, but it's still good to know. Okay. Okay, 85. In a financial services company, a steering committee member has expressed frustration over the weekly project report, stating it is too lengthy and contains excessive details. Due to this, they struggle to grasp key takeaways and make informed decisions. The project manager needs to refine the reporting approach. What should the PM do to prevent similar concerns? All right, so the reports are too lengthy. They have excessive details. What should the project manager do to prevent similar problems? Provide project updates in a dedicated weekly meeting with the steering committee. All right. Not bad, because it also involves the steering committee, right? The steering committee is involved in the situation. You want to involve them in the answer. Let's see what else there is. Identify and align the report content with the steering committee's specific information needs. Interesting. So whatever they need, we provide that. If they don't need something, we don't provide it. Deliver a concise daily report tailored for the concerned steering committee. So again, a daily report is too much work. That's not what we want to do. And this probably goes against what this steering committee member even wants. Member wants something concise. Giving something to him or her every single day, that's a bit too much. Present a summarized version of the weekly report during a one-on-one session. We don't want to do a one-on-one session. We don't want to do that. We want to have everyone included, and we don't want to waste time with the one-on-one session. So C and D are gone. Now we're left with A and B. As a project manager, you can note this down as well. You want to always align the information with the stakeholders' needs. Whether it be through a meeting, whether it be through a report, whether it be through a conference call, it doesn't matter. This is why we walk into meetings and we realize that this meeting that takes place and is 2 hours long could have been done in 15 minutes. If we just considered our stakeholders' needs and aligned our meeting towards that, right? So you want to do this. You want to identify and align the report content with the steering committee's specific information needs. That's going to cut down on all of the fat, just like I do for my course, guys. Perfect advertising moment. I cut down all the things you don't need. And whatever you do need to pass this exam, I include that, right? That's why you have the principles, you have the 3-step methodology, you have all these little small hacks and little tricks to give you only what you need. And that's what you want to do for your projects as well. 86, a financial service firm is deploying AI-driven software to optimize customer service calls related to overdue payments. This new system will enhance efficiency, allowing employees to focus on strategic projects, leading multiple departments to express interest utilizing the benefits. The project manager must decide how to fairly allocate these operational advantages. That is our problem statement, guys. All of this AI-driven, software bogus, this, that, and the third, none of it is important. The PM needs to decide how to fairly allocate these operational advantages. What should we do? Require all departments to incorporate an equal share of the benefits into their resource planning. All right. Why? What if one department needs a resource more than others? But anyways, no principles are being contradicted here, so let's move on. Host a stakeholder workshop to define, document, and assign responsibility for the benefits. All right, this is taking a step back. You're hosting a stakeholder workshop. You're discussing things. You're assigning, who's going to take what. Okay. Request approval from the project sponsor. So again, don't involve the sponsor when the sponsor is not involved. C is gone. Principle number 8. Okay. Ask the project sponsor. So again, let me just actually determine that benefit ownership and formally document the decision. No. Okay. Doesn't involve the sponsor. We need to involve everyone to understand benefit ownership and then, document whatever we need to, right? This is going to involve everybody. So over here, the project manager must decide how to fairly allocate these operational advantages. I don't know why they use operational advantages. It's a little bit strange way to word this, but we're basically interested in assigning resources. Who's going to take what? B is going to be the best answer. Requiring all departments to incorporate an equal share, it doesn't really make sense, because if one department has more resources or more manpower or more whatever it may be, they should incorporate more, okay? But we won't know that until we actually host a stakeholder workshop session to define that, right? That's going to be the answer. All right, 87. So a pharmaceutical company is in the middle of developing a new drug when the project sponsor requests an additional clinical trial phase. Okay, now this situation involves a sponsor. So if the answer mentions the sponsor, let's not eliminate it right away. The sponsor seeks the project manager's advice on the most effective way to complete the extra phase within the next 2 months without delaying regulatory approval. Okay. Sponsor wants to basically complete this extra phase that's required without delaying the project. What should we do? Modify the project methodology to accommodate the additional clinical trial phase. So I'm looking for something along the lines of principle number 1, if there is. A seems like something that could follow afterwards. Let's just see. And usually adjusting the project methodology is not going to help. Adjusting the project methodology is mainly, switching project methods. So from agile to maybe predictive or hybrid, whatever it may be. Inform the sponsor that assessing the project scope changes is beyond the project manager's responsibility. That is rejecting a request. If you look at our principles, never immediately reject a request, okay? As a project manager, we want to take initiative. We don't want to do that. Recommend a cost-benefit analysis. Determine the feasibility of adding the extra phase. Principle number 1. Before making any decision, take a step back, collect that information. You're going to collect it by performing a cost-benefit analysis and then decide what you want to do. Allocate contingency resources to fast-track the completion. This could follow afterwards. The best answer here is going to be C. When you start answering questions, guys, you'll see that you'll read the question and you'll know that, this is going to be a principle number 1 type question. And you'll look for that answer immediately and be able to find it. Okay, so again, a quick note, when you do see principle number 1 as one of the options, you want to choose that. It's a very powerful principle. The whole premise, the whole notion of principle number 1 is, before making any decision, take a step back. That's about it, right? Awesome. Let's move on. Okay. 88. Okay, so an aerospace company has completed the development and testing of a new air traffic control system for commercial flights. Before deployment, the system must comply with strict aviation and regulatory standards. Okay, so we need to comply with these standards. What should the project manager do to meet these requirements? Identify potential risks related to regulatory non-compliance. That's going to be later. We don't want to do. We want to avoid risk altogether. We want to look at what we need to comply with, and then figure that out. Right? Risk comes later on. It doesn't solve the core problem in this case. We're not in a place where risks are going to be our main concern right now. Request at HR. So HR is someone that we don't go to in this case. Actually, in no case, right? I've never seen a question that actually involves HR. HR is only useful for one thing. When you're interviewing and you need them to get you through that door, right? After that, it's who are you? Anyways, verify that if anyone's watching this and they're in HR, forgive me, that's just how I feel. Verify that the system meets all required aviation requirements. Very good. Answers the core problem, very simple. Don't be afraid of simple solution, guys. Assess the project's overall adherence to industry standards. Oh, okay. Okay, so interesting. We got 2 solutions over here. Can I click both? Is this a multiple choice question? I don't think so. Usually if that's the case, there'll be 5 options, right? Okay, maybe for this question I had to adjust the settings and it messed it up. Anyways, so it says here, so we're left with C and D, right? I think we can all agree on that. The system must comply with strict aviation safety and regulatory standards. We're talking about 2 things, guys. Aviation safety, which C answers, aviation regulations, and regulatory standards, which is an industry thing. Industry standards accommodate for everything. Industry standards accommodate for aviation regulations and regulatory standards. Verify is a good word too. Assess is also good, taking a step back. But D is what needs to be done first. D completely solves the problem. Remember, we're looking for 3 things: framing the problem, eliminating the answers that contradict our principles, and 3, choosing the best answer that completely solves the situation. So D is going to be the best answer here. Okay. Awesome. One last thing, guys, before we're almost done these questions. I realized that that I can't share the simulator with you guys. There's a limit of how many people can take the exam. So what I'm doing instead is I'm going to include a link in the description with a PDF document of all the questions. So you can go through it at your own time. You don't have to worry about having limited access and this and that and third. So I apologize for that, but we'll definitely give you that PDF so you can practice on these questions on your own time. 89, a healthcare technology company is deploying a new patient management system, and the leadership team wants to ensure the hospital staff can effectively use the platform after implementation. All right, what should the project manager do? That's the problem statement. We want to make sure that after it's implemented, the hospital staff can use it. So we might need to train them, might need to provide some documentation, whatever it may be. Develop a step-by-step user guide with clear instructions. Okay, it's not a bad solution. It's a good one. Ensure all system documentation is properly transferred. Okay. I would do A first and then B. Develop this guide first and then transfer it, right? Assign the project team to provide post-launch support for a year. Man, if only, right? But this contradicts one of our principles over here. Don't give them an extra task. Your team already has a lot on their plates. For a year as well, man, that's a long time. Conduct a comprehensive training session for the hospital staff. D is going to be a better solution. Think about it this way: if you are in the hospital, in the hospital situation, and let's say I build for you a new patient management system, and I give you this textbook of a document, and I tell you, look, you could train yourself. That's probably not going to work out. I'm going to have a million different questions. I can't do this more. I can't do that. And this and that. This document is not clear. It's better to provide a comprehensive, so look at this keyword, comprehensive, so not super long, straight to the point for the hospital staff. In-person training or face-to-face training, always, always, always better than documents. Okay? Simple as that. Sometimes you can put yourself in the situation and figure out, what the best answer is just from that. 90. A renewable energy company is completing the installation of a solar farm in a remote village. A solar farm? Wow. That sounds interesting. The project manager wants to inform local residents, stakeholders about the project's successful completion. Okay, I know this is a strange question, guys, but we're gonna do this. Okay, no principles here. But how should the project manager communicate with the local community? You got a local community. The local community is in a remote village, right? Remote village. Publish an announcement on social media. Well, they're in a remote village. They're not going to have social media. That's the assumption, right? You want to reach the local community as best as possible. Send an email to key stakeholders. Why to key stakeholders? We want to reach the community. It doesn't solve the core problem. Eliminate. Organize a community meeting. You can do that. Yeah, However, it might not reach that many people. We just want to inform them. Publish an article in local newspapers. That's it. That's what we want. Publish that article. Reach as many people as possible. Let them know about it. We simply want to inform local residents. We don't need to have a meeting for that. We're not trying to get their feedback. We're just trying to inform that this project has been completed. All right? Simple as that. You're not going to get that many questions on like this. But again, when you read these types of questions, you just got to kind of you got to think a little bit and use your logic. Don't freak out. Don't think to yourself on the exam, Mohammed, this doesn't answer any of our principles. No, just, go for it. Think about it. They mentioned remote village. Okay, if I'm in that situation, what would I do, right? A healthcare technology company is launching a new patient management system, and the project manager is finalizing the benefits realization plan. Which of the following should be included in this document? Okay, so we're concerned with the benefits realization plan. Again, this is more of a terminology, knowing your terms type of question. What should be included? Project goals, yeah. Expected benefits, okay. Yes. Risk log, nope. Right? This is not the risk log. The risk log is something totally different. So this is gone. Expected benefits, yeah. Business alignment, okay. Timeline for realization. Yep, that's good. Okay, so a general timeline, not an in-depth schedule, but a general timeline. Business alignment, responsible stakeholders, so no risk assessment. Responsible stakeholders, you could, but it's not really done. It's kind of rare. But risk assessment, no. Okay. Expected benefits, accountable owners, and project insights. No, so accountable owners or responsible stakeholders, those things we're going to avoid in the benefits realization plan. It's to realize that you're going to avoid those in the benefits realization plan. The benefits realization plan, simply, what's the benefit of doing this project, right? Does it align with our project goals? And a timeline, a quick timeline of the project, right? So that's what we want. All right, 9.2. In a manufacturing automation project, the PM realizes that a key engineer is falling behind schedule, which could delay a critical production milestone. Sorry, I looked at the answers, and the answers don't seem that accurate. But anyways, let's move on. So the key engineer is falling behind schedule, which could delay a critical production milestone. The best answer here should be something along the lines of, let us speak to this engineer in person. In person, but not in person, but privately. Consult with the team to understand the root cause of the delay. We don't want to do that, right? We don't want to consult with the team. Instead, we would say consult with the key engineer. Consult with the key engineer to understand the root cause of the delay. Again, we know clearly from this question, the project manager realized that the key engineer is falling behind schedule. Don't expose the faults of this engineer. Consult with the team to understand the root cause of the delay. By the way, guys, just for your information, these are not questions that are on the PMP exam, right? Obviously, they're not. We've made them. We've made these questions. So there might be a little bit of a difference between this and your actual exam, like in this case. But I will tell you this right now. On your exam, the answer should be consult with this engineer in private to understand the root cause of the delay. That'll be the best answer possible. Escalate the issue. We don't want to do that. Ask the engineer's department to head to intervene. We don't want to do that either, right? We don't want to escalate things. B and C are escalations. Reallocate resources from other teams to speed up progress. We don't want to do that too. We don't want to take away other team members' resources. It reduces their capacity. We want to take this head on and solve this issue. I'm going to pick A. I still don't think it's the answer, but there's no other answer out there. So that's going to be the best answer so far. I'll make sure in the PDF document to adjust this question, so you have the updated version of it. Okay. I won't be able to even access the answers to this because unfortunately we haven't set it up properly that I can go through the answers, but you will have everything in the PDF. So do check it out and let us move on. Okay. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this video. It did take us a lot of time to make, a lot of effort. So if you could give it a thumbs up, if you can share with your colleagues, that would be awesome. Okay. 93, a global logistics company's project team is facing inefficiencies due to outdated communications tools, impacting coordination across different time zones. The team believes switching to a new platform could improve workflow. What should the project manager do? Okay. So we want to switch to a new platform, potentially because it can improve workflow. So I'm already starting to think now. Okay. If you want to switch to a new platform, what principle do I have to implement? It should be principle number 1, right? Take a step back, investigate the different platforms, look at their benefits. Let's see if we have something that matches that. Engage with the team to evaluate and choose the most suitable collaboration tools. The team is important too, right? Your team members are, if you guys forgot, they're your experts. You want to make every decision with them. They're the ones that are going to use this tool, right? So it'll make sense to have them advise you. Instruct the team to continue using the existing communication platform. Well, it doesn't solve the core problem. Adopt the same communication tools used by other departments. Why? If we're doing something different, if our team members work differently, why? Escalate the issue, no. So best answer is going to be A. Okay? Awesome. 94. A pharmaceutical company's research project is at risk due to a shortage of specialized scientists. What should the newly assigned project manager do first? Okay. So you have this project's at risk due to a shortage of specialized scientists. Okay. What should the new project manager do? So we got a resource issue. What should we do? Identify internal experts who can temporarily support the project. I'm going to leave this. I'm going to come back to it. And I'm going to tell you what throws me off about this answer. But I want to read B, C, and D just in case there is a better answer or maybe not. Allocate funds to hire external specialists to address the shortage. Assess if the existing team can distribute and manage the workload. Request additional budget, train team members in the missing skills. There's a very important word in this question that I want you to focus on. Specialized. There are other words that the PMP will use to imply specialization, like senior. They might say senior developer. So the term senior means that they have that experience that other people don't have. Specialized is also one of those words as well. Meaning that you can't just you can't just find people within the company that can take over. They are specialized scientists. They know what they're doing. Allocate funds to hire. We can do that. Remember, it's okay to spend money. You just don't want to do it right away. You want to exhaust all your options. Assess if the existing team can distribute and manage the workload. No, we don't want to do that. I know it's principle number one. And I know you guys are telling me that, principle number one, Mohammed, you said, but listen, they are specialized. Number one, we don't want to reduce our team's capacity. Number two, they're specialized scientists, meaning that this is what they do. This is their role. And if the project is at risk, we need to, risk means that it's going to be delayed, right? It's okay then to spend money. It's okay to spend money, all right, to mitigate that delay. Request additional budget, that's fine. To train team members, no. Imagine if we could train team members to become specialized scientists. I mean, scientists go through their PhD, they have so much research years behind them. We can't do that. They're specialized, right? So allocate funds is going to be the best solution in this case. All right? Understand that. So this is really important. When you see these words that mean that, this person is a specialist, they can't be easily replaced. Make sure your eyes catch that. 95. A manufacturing company's production project is at risk due to a supplier's warning about an upcoming raw material shortage caused by new regulations. Okay, laws coming in. We can't dodge laws. We gotta assess them, right? What should we do? Remind the supplier of their contractual obligation to provide material. Okay, but that doesn't address the core problem, which is the new regulations. So this A is gone. Identify alternative suppliers who can deliver the required materials on time. This doesn't address the core problem still. We are concerned about the upcoming material shortage caused by new regulations. Tariffs, right? The T word, tariffs. Man, this is a interesting year. If you're watching this in 2025, if you know, you know. But anyways, we're not addressing the core problem here. We're switching suppliers, but this law is still in effect. Consult the legal team to explore penalty enforcement options. Okay, penalty enforcement options. What is that? But the legal team are good people to go to for this case. Evaluate how the material shortage may impact project timeline and costs. All right. D is going to be the better answer. D is purely principle number one. We evaluate how the material shortage will impact timeline costs. It might be that, it won't impact it that much. We might lose some money, but we'll still get through. In that case, we don't have to then consult the legal team. Or it could be that, you know what, we're going to lose so much money that let's consult the legal team and explore these penalty enforcement options, which I'm assuming means that, you know what, let's bypass the law, but let's eat the penalties, that kind of thing, right? But you want to do D first, right? Remember, guys, when you're left with two answers, yes, pick the one that best solves the problem, but a lot of the times, I've noticed this, it's about prioritizing one over the other. Which one will you do first? So A and B are gone. So C and D, you ask yourself, which one will I do first? D is going to be the best answer, right? Telecommunications company's infrastructure upgrade project is facing, oh, that's a mouthful, frequent stakeholder inquiries about progress leading to inefficiencies in communication, okay? What should the PM do to avoid this in the future? All right, so our problem statement here is what? Our problem statement here is that there are inefficiencies in communication. That's it. I don't need to know that we're dealing with the telecommunications company's infrastructure upgrade, blah, blah, blah. We're dealing with inefficiencies in communication. What should we do to avoid this in the future? Assign a team member to handle stakeholder status update requests? No, because the team members are responsible for what? Team members are responsible for the project's progress. We don't want to reduce their capacity. Team members, don't give team members extra tasks to reduce their capacity. Gone. Ensure all stakeholders are copied in every project status email. Think about this. Imagine you're working in a project with 100 stakeholders, and every time there's some update, everybody, even if you don't need to know it, let's say you're working on a marketing team and you get the developers' emails. Everyone gets that email, right? You don't want that. Incorporate stakeholder communications needs in the project plan. Yes, give me what you need, guys. Oh, you need this information, you'll get that information. You don't need that, don't worry about it, you won't get it. Segmentation is so important. It's one of the cornerstones of efficiency, right? Establish weekly status meeting with stakeholders and key teams. Well, that's good, but we're talking about communications in general, right? When you have communication needs, it takes everything in general, not just emails, but project status updates, meetings, everything, right? So C is going to be a better answer in this case. Okay. D is like a part of it, but C is more general. It's a better answer. 97. A global financial services firm is executing a digital transformation project with a distributed team across multiple time zones. This is going to be important. Every time you see overseas, multiple time zones, going to be important information, right? So everyone's worldwide. While individual productivity is strong, team collaboration and group tasks are suffering, impacting overall project efficiency. People are overseas, different time zones. Collaboration and group tasks are suffering. What should we do? Request additional team members to improve overall performance. That's not gonna solve the problem, right? That's probably gonna add to the problem. We have a broken system. We want to add more people to it, right? This doesn't solve the core problem. A is gone. Reevaluate and enhance the project's communication strategy. Okay, take a step back. Enhance the project's communication strategy. All right. Now this is okay. The problem is not really communication. It's more collaboration. There's a difference here. Communication is simply just transferring information, informing someone about something, right? Collaboration is more than that. It's engagement. Adjust roles and responsibilities to improve. So this is not going to address the core problem. Implement team building initiatives and foster better collaboration. Oh, well, you got the C word over here, right? C word over here as well. This is going to be the answer. We're left with B and D. Ask yourself two questions. Either which one best solves the problem, or which one should be done first. In this case, the one that best solves the problem is D. 98. Okay. A healthcare technology company is rolling out a new patient management system with a hybrid team. Some remote employees struggle to collaborate effectively, despite working in the same time zone. The PM suspects underlying issues beyond scheduling conflicts. What should the project manager do first? Well, think about this right now. So the project manager suspects underlying issues. The best answer here is going to be something along the lines of figuring out what these issues are. Not jumping straight into a solution, but taking that step back, figuring out what this situation, maybe involving the team, doing a root cause analysis, something that tells you more information, logically, right? Address potential breaches of team collaboration agreements. Okay. It's not going to solve the problem, though. Conduct a formal evaluation of individual team performance. Well, it's not really team performance. It's not really a team. It's just team collaboration, right? We're not. It's not a performance issue yet. Assess whether team's virtual collaborative tools meet their needs. Employees struggle to collaborate. People are remote. Virtual collaboration tools, their needs. Assess. Principle number 1. Explore alternative solutions to improve team engagement. So you want to do C first. And if you see that, you know what, the tools that we have right now are not effective, then you want to do D, right? So principle number 1 is being implemented here. Again, if you practice enough, you'll get so good at this that you'll be able to understand, you know what, this sounds like a principle 1, a principle 5, a principle this type of question. So make sure you practice with these principles. And don't forget, the principles are one part of the puzzle, one piece of the puzzle. You have the 3 steps. Very important. 99. Okay, we're almost done, guys. A financial services firm has launched a new regulatory compliance project under a different supervisor. The former project supervisor, now assigned as a regular team member, continuously challenged the decisions of the new supervisor, creating tensions. Okay, so this is a conflict between 2 people. That's what our promise statement should be. What should we do? Allow time for the team to adjust to the new leadership structure. Well, this doesn't solve the problem. We're talking about this supervisor who continuously challenges the decisions of the new supervisor. So the former supervisor versus the new supervisor. Ensure the current supervisor asserts authority in decision making. This doesn't sound really servant leadership like. Remember our principle. Number 3, be a servant leader. All right. Remove the formal. So we don't want to remove people. This is also principle number 3. You don't want to just take people out, fire them, get rid of them. This is not servant leader like. Clarify the new roles and responsibility with the former supervisor. Yes. Right? Just clarify the rules. Tell them that, or tell her that, this is your role now, and this is the new supervisor's role. Clarify these things. And the last question of the day. You know what? Let's do things a little bit differently. If we can, let's just look at the answers, see if we can pick out the right answer. All right. Multilingual proficiency and international work experience. Well, that sounds like a strange answer. Which skills are required for project manager to successfully manage a team? Strong interpersonal skills to foster high performance performing virtual team. Okay. That sounds like a candidate. Rigid planning and control over all deliverables. No. Strict adherence. No. All right. You want to be flexible. You want to have interpersonal skills as well. So from my understanding, this is going to be a, yes, it's spread across 4 countries. It's a global project. And the senior executive is responsible for hiring a project manager. Best answer is going to be B. All right. We are done. And thank you guys so much. I haven't included haven't linked the answer bank to the question. So unfortunately, I won't be able to go through it. But what I want you guys to do is I want you to go through the PDF, go through the answers, and let's have a little discussion. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Put your comments in the comment section below. I'll try to get to most of them. And I really hope you guys enjoyed this video and that this is a benefit for you, and hopefully that it helps you pass your exam on the first try. So subscribe, like this video, share with your colleagues, and make sure you get that PDF. And in that PDF, you will see a link to a strategy session. If you want a game plan to pass this exam finally and get it over with, book an appointment with the team. We have people that can help you make a schedule, all for free. Okay, so Take care. I'll see you guys in the next video. This is Mohammed signing off. Have a fantastic rest of the day.